Good morning and welcome to the Washington State University Board of Regents committee meetings. We are going to go ahead and get started with our Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee. As you may recall, we typically do committee meetings on Thursday, but because of the content and the time for intentional discussion, we're moving one of those committee meetings to this morning, and then we will move into our Board of Regents meeting. I'd like to begin today's meeting by acknowledging that WSU's locations statewide are on the homelands of the native peoples who have lived in this region from time immemorial. The university expresses its deepest respect for and gratitude toward these original and current caretakers of the region. We would like to invite members of the public to view this on YouTube. I'm always surprised how many folks are watching, and so we appreciate your continued diligence in being a part of our governance structure, and really hope that if you have feedback, you will share that with us. There is an opportunity for public comment. We have shifted when that public comment will be in. It'll be at the top of our Board of Regents meeting, which should convene about 9:30. I would like to go ahead and transition to the Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee led by Committee Chair Regent Dickinson.
Thank you, Regent Shower. And welcome everybody. We will officially kick off the Strategic and Operation Excellence Committee. Regent Shower, for just the benefit of understanding timeline and schedule, I will not be needing 50 minutes to do the integrated and alignment planning updates. I would say that's probably 10 minutes. Chris and I'll share that update with you, but just wanted to give you a little time to, if you need to manage that. So you're welcome, everybody. You owe Chris and I. Okay, so our first order of business this morning is an information item, and we have, and we'll start with our Vice President for External Affairs and Government Relations, Linda Becker-Fentner, to provide us a government relations update. So welcome, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Regent Dickinson. There's not much going on right now.
No, nothing. You probably have nothing to report.
Yeah. I thought what I'd do is start off kind of with a big picture of not getting into the details on what's going on in the nation. We're all reading all of this and seeing it on the news, but talk a little bit about what this might mean for WSU. So just visually for everybody, you can see the state of our nation and the electoral votes from our recent presidential election. Right now, it looks like President-elect Trump is holding at 50.2%, and Vice President Harris is at 48.2%. Jill Stein and Robert Kennedy still got about 0.5% of the vote, which would have impacted the election. You'll notice too, our western states, there's kind of a western wall now and a northeastern wall which they used to call the northern wall, with Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan up there. Washington State had a 58% electoral return for Harris and a 39% for Trump. But I will tell you the interesting tidbit about that is turnout was lower this year than it was 4 years ago and 8 years ago. There's still some more votes to be counted in Washington State, but we are about 7% down from 2016 when President Trump won his election in 2016. The next steps for all of this is that we all know January 6th is the date that Congress has to approve the electoral votes, but there's several steps that go on in between that, where the electors are certified, the electoral colleges meet. The 119th Congress will convene on January 3rd, where our members of Congress will be sworn in, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Another key date in all of this is December 20th, which is the date that the current continuing resolution that funds the federal government will expire. And there's discussion about how that will go forward, whether there will be a long-term punt until March, or whether they will try to get that done and fund the government and move on next year. I will say that this office has been through this before with President Trump. We know somewhat what to expect. We know where our opportunities are, and we know where our challenges are. And I think I'll start with some of the challenges that we know we're going to face. Obviously, there's the sense of concern from our faculty and students around, around immigration issues and the issue around mass deportation. how do we make sure that our voice is heard in DC with our congressional delegation? We're still in key positions. I think there's still a lot of concern around the narrative around higher education in DC. Washington State University has not been caught up in that narrative yet, but the larger community of higher ed definitely is around high costs, around wokeness, around how we handle and provide services to our LGBTQ students and faculties, faculty members, and the diversity, equity, and inclusion offices that are set up around our system. I think another issue that will be really on the forefront of this administration will be spending cuts. And what does that mean for not only our research, but our students, the student services that are provided. Finally, I just say that Washington State is now not just blue, we're midnight blue. And we are the highest returning Democratic voting state in the nation. There's only a couple other states that are right along with us. And so there may be issues that we have to deal with in DC because of that. Opportunities on this, though, we have great stakeholder engagement. It was during the Trump administration that we got our ARS building funded. And that was because of the leadership of obviously President Schultz, but also our stakeholders that supported us in this. We have a good story to tell about why we do what we do. Our student body is unique. Our research is unique. Our partnerships with industry are unique. We need to talk about that. We're also an economic driver in Washington State. So we're creating workforce where we have partners around the country. And those are things that what they're calling the trifecta in Washington, DC, of a Republican House, Senate, and Congress care about. We also have an opportunity with local political appointees that are appointed on the ground here to support our the administration. We have a regional EPA administrator. We have USDA has 2 or 3 positions here. Rural development, which oversees broadband. HHS has a regional position, so there's lots of other opportunities along this. And I'll just finish by saying we have done this before, and we know what we're up against. Can I just? Okay, sorry. There we go. Thank you. So let's talk a little bit about Washington State. Pretty much the status quo in the state of Washington when it comes to our electoral politics. We have 2 new members in the state. State Senator Emily Randall, who's from Gig Harbor, who has served in the state Senate for a while. She replaces Congressman Derek Kilmer, who's going to the Rockefeller Institute in their policy shop based out of DC. And then Michael Baumgartner, who is a WSU alum, first person to turn Whitman County red in a long time. Served as a state senator and was the Spokane County treasurer. I think we've all worked with him in those capacities and know he bleeds crimson, so we'll have a lot of opportunity to engage with him. I just noticed this morning he was elected to represent his freshman class on the policy committee, which helped set policy for the House Republicans. Dan Newhouse has returned to Congress, which is a good pickup for us. He's likely he's the last one of the 10 that voted to impeach Donald Trump that has remained in office. And I think with such a tight majority, he's gonna have a lot of opportunity to really engage in. They're gonna need his votes on things, and he'll be a strong voice for us in Washington, DC. He was a very pragmatic voice from the 2017 to 2021 time, especially around immigration and our undocumented students, and was out in front on those issues. And then Marie Glusenkamp Perez, who it's Marie, not Maria, sorry about that, will return to represent Washington's 3rd District in Vancouver. And she has gotten, if you haven't seen, has gotten a lot of really interesting national press about the future of the Democratic Party, and I think will become a strong voice as well in Washington, DC. Changes that might happen overall in these areas, there may be some movement on committee assignments. There's a slide that will go into that a little bit later. Our delegation, because we are so far away from Washington State, has worked very closely together over the years, and there have been a lot of times where they've put party lines aside and worked collaboratively. We still will have Senator Patty Murray in a leadership role as the ranking Democrat of the Senate Appropriations Committee. She and Senator Susan Collins from Maine have a really great working relationship, so I would imagine that there will still be a lot of opportunity for us to engage WSU's priorities, working with Senator Murray. And Senator Cantwell will likely still be the ranking Democrat on the Senate Commerce, Transportation, and Science Committee. And for us, that is anything having to do with NSF, NIST, our student athletes, name, image, likeness legislation goes to that committee. So there's a lot of things that she touches that will be important for us going forward. In the state legislature, we are going to have we've had a 42% turnover since 2020, which is huge. And for many of our new members in the state legislature, this will be the first time they're going to be working in an environment of fiscal austerity where they're going to have real challenges. I know that there was an announcement this week, and we talked about it with Leslie's presentation yesterday, that there'll be a $10 to $12 billion shortfall over the next 4 years in state revenue. Most of these members of the state legislature have not had to deal with what the implications of that are and how they move forward with it. 2 leaders have already been elected in the state legislature. Jamie Pedersen from Seattle is the new Senate Majority Leader. WSU has worked with him on name, image, likeness legislation and had a good working relationship with him. And Lori Jenkins will remain the House Speaker in Tacoma. We anticipate in Olympia, we'll have committee assignments and all of the rest of the leadership things nailed down by Christmas time. But we will be working under a super majority, which means that the House and Senate Democrats will have a lot of leeway to move forward, and there's not a lot of need for collaboration if there are policy packages that they want to put through. This is my favorite slide. It is, but it isn't. Because this is basically looking at all of our campuses around and how we are represented. If you look at them going horizontally, so I'll just take number 17 down in Vancouver. The first box is the state Senate seat, and the next 2 are House seats. So you can see from where our campuses are around the state, Spokane, Pullman, Tri-Cities, Vancouver, we're heavily represented by Republican members. Seattle is the heart of the state legislature, and that is where the power is. That is where the decision making is, and they are all in the majority down there. And that is our challenge and our opportunity going forward, is to ensure that we are engaging with those members in Seattle so that they understand the full statewide reach of WSU and don't think of us as a Pullman campus, a Spokane campus, a Tri-Cities campus, and Everett campus, the Vancouver campus, but as a statewide institution. And so that will be our focus going into the legislative session this year. One area that's not on here that I also think is very important is the Pierce County area, because that is also very blue. And our 12 R&E center is there, but leadership for the state legislature is down there as well. We can talk a little bit more about this. I thought maybe what I would do is kind of walk through these, and then if you have questions or comments, we can go from there. This is also fairly self-explanatory, just kind of giving us an idea of where we are. We all know President Trump is in the midst of making his announcements for his 25 members of his cabinet. All but 2 require Senate confirmation. And they need to get a majority vote when they're in the Senate. So this is the beginning of the entire process. He'll have the opportunity to appoint about 4,000 political appointments across the federal government. And which means that there'll be about 4,000 people looking for work on January 21st. Just the cycle that there is back there. But like I mentioned earlier, that does include regional appointments, which is an opportunity for WSU. The Senate has elected their leadership. Senator John Thune from South Dakota is actually a very pragmatic conservative. I've known him for a long time, and I think he's got his hands full in dealing with his caucus, but I think he is very pragmatic. And there's no change on the Senate side. We talked about our state senators. I want to quickly just kind of run through the committee opportunities that we have here, because these all touch WSU, from our finances, from our research, from our higher education policies that impact us, our student loans, immigration policy. We will in the House likely have 2 leaders still on in leadership roles on committees of jurisdiction that impact WSU. Rick Larson is the ranking Democrat on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. That he has oversight over our FAA Center of Excellence for Aviation, Biofuels, and the Environment, and has been a big proponent of the staff work we're working on in partnership with Snohomish County and Payne Field. And Adam Smith, who actually is a senior at WSU right now, is likely going to be the ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee. And we have really built up our research funding, working with Mike Wolcott and his team, and with the Boylan College in particular around DoD funding to support some of the research we're doing there. And Congressman Smith has been helpful. We will miss an appropriator with Derek Kilmer stepping out. That's the Emily Randall seat. And Congressman Kilmer was an amazing supporter of WSU on the funding side of things, even though our campus presence there was small. He understood the statewide impact of us. And Kathy McMorris Rogers is the chair of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, was a very quiet, steady, strong voice for WSU. So both of those members will be missed, and we're very grateful for their service to help us. The one new opportunity that I see might be coming out of this is that there's potential for Congressman Newhouse to become what they call a cardinal, which is a chair of one of the subcommittees on the House Appropriations. That gives him more of a say. Seniority wise, he should be there. I think he'll just be politically on whether or not his leadership puts him there. And quite frankly, because he won by such a small margin and they need his vote, I would imagine that that might be an opportunity for him. Also, Marie Glusenkamp Perez and Marilyn Strickland may change committees because they're depending on how the allocations are. Glusenkamp Perez currently sits on the Ag Committee, which is helpful for us on the Farm Bill, and on the Small Business Committee as the host institution for the Small Business Development Center. She's been very engaged in supporting those projects as well. Finally, let's talk about what's going on in the state, which is a lot. I think we all saw that Governor-elect Ferguson announced his 53-member transition team. There's one higher ed person represented there, and she is actually a regent from University of Washington. His transition team has a lot of bipartisan elected officials on it, labor, tribal, environmental organizations. We do have a lot of friends on there. I think that we'll have a voice on the transition team. It was disappointing that WSU was not included in that. I will say that publicly, and I have.
Can you, just on that, what's the balance of Eastern Washington representation on this term? Governor Inslee was very thoughtful in trying to get Eastern Washington representation. Is there a strong cohort, or is it heavily weighted to the west side of the state?
It's probably, I don't want to say heavily, but it is definitely more focused on this side of the state. Although the tribal representation and the statewide organizations that are involved in there, I think are looking at this from a broader perspective. But yeah, there's Mayor Brown is on the committee, and there is a representative, one of the state representatives from Moses Lake, I'm sorry, his name is escaped me, is also on the transition committee. But you know, the Washington Roundtable is on the transition committee. So there's a lot of, I mean, it is a very broad-based committee. I just found it a little surprising that there wasn't an institution representative from one of the public 5 higher ed.
Yeah.
That
How about the Vancouver Camas area?
Incoming Senator Harris is on the transition committee.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. He's announced some of his senior staff already. Most of them are coming with him from the AG's office. Mike Webb was his chief of staff at the AG's office. He'll be his chief strategy officer. He has a chief operating officer, policy director, external affairs, and legislative director. They'll have 24 cabinet appointments to make. I don't know. Those are his small cabinet. I'm not sure how many of the current cabinet folks he will maintain. I understand that he and Governor Inslee are having conversations about some of that right now. He also will have about 32 what they call small cabinet appointments to make, like workforce development, office of equity, minority women business enterprise, etc. Of the smaller cabinet offices that he has to appoint of interest to WSU is the Office of Financial Management, the Student Achievement Council, WSDA, the State Department of Agriculture, Commerce, Department of Health, and the Department of Ecology. All those, he has the prerogative to put in who he wants to put in. We just don't know what he's going to do. The incoming Attorney General, just as a side note, is actually a 4-H alumni, which is kind of fun because he understands the work that we do through Extension. Nick Brown has brought David Postman over to be his chief of staff. Dave Upgrove, who manages our state lands, the Commissioner of Public Lands, We'll also, oversee the board. We'll oversee the position that our Connors Dean sits on that manages our public lands, and he's gonna get right into office and deal with a situation around some lands that have been put up for auction that are state lands that have old growth on them. So that is, gonna be an interesting situation for him. On the state legislature, you'll see, we already kind of talked about this, but, caucus leadership and committee assignments will happen by Christmas. We still have a couple seats that will be yet to be decided. There's a state senator down in the Burien area who has decided to step down, and so there's gonna be some movement there. The real issue is gonna be, we should know about tax revenues coming in, I think either last night or today, and how those impact state services and the things that we need, that the state needs to actually fund. With a 42% turnover in 4 years, we're gonna have a lot of members of our state legislature who have not actually been through this legislating before, so that's gonna be interesting. I will say that WSU has continued, and our state relations team has been leading, the leader in this has been out in the state, meeting with legislators. They've taken President Schultz with them to some of our key meetings, but we continue to develop these relationships across the state, regardless of the presence of WSU, because our students come from all over the state. And so I'll just close by saying that our priorities in the state legislature remain the same. We are not going to change them. We're not going to adjust them. These are important priorities that were approved by the Board of Regents, and we will continue to advocate for these in Olympia this year. On the federal side of things, we just have some big questions that we need to get answered that we won't know until the end of the year, that we determine what our priorities are going into the next Congress. The first being what happens with the funding of the federal budget and the continuing resolution. We have earmarks that are in there. We have funding to continue our hot cell facility that's in there. We have projects in there that we need to funding for our research that's just on hold. And we don't know the future of the earmark program in general with the Republican Congress. So, and that's been a tool that WSU has used to help support. You've heard folks talk about it over the past day, some of the projects that we have. Our team is ready to go on this. They all kind of have taken a breath and are ready to focus on engaging with our new members of Congress and our new members in the state legislature and with our governor. We're excited about the opportunity to educate folks about WSU across the state and look forward to working with you. I'm happy to entertain any questions I can answer.
Okay, thank you. Great report, very informative.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
You know, Linda, I think under your leadership, our philosophy of always working on both sides of the aisle, both in Congress and in the state legislature, whenever there's these changes, that pays off so immensely because we're not showing up to people because of who's now in the majority that we were interacting with before. And I've been through this several times in my career when you see these shifts. And to me, it's the way that you lead our effort, the way that we do this, this is when it pays off, when you see these shifts. And I think we're as well positioned as anybody can be. And I do think there's certainly trepidation based on the national election results, but I come back to, we've got to stay on our focus of doing what's best for our students in the state of Washington. And it's so easy to get hung up on what's happening elsewhere in the country. But I just think that focus, whether they're Republicans or Democrats, has got to continue to be where we put our time and effort and energy. Otherwise, we'll just chase our tail over, what will probably be a fairly dynamic environment in Washington, D.C. And we'll just work it. So I'm confident that we're as well positioned as we possibly can be, and let's go.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'll get to you in just a second. I wonder, could you bring the slide back up that has the 58 to 89, the little boxes? One of the questions that I have, and this I think is Glenda, not just for really our work that we do at the state level, but even at a federal level, and also from a marketing and messaging standpoint at a institutional level. Are we and can we, or have we ever geofenced understanding for example, in those 89 locations, who those representatives are and how many Cougs, active Cougs they may have in their district that are attending one of our Washington State University campuses. I'd even go a step further to understand, and I have no idea if you can access this data, but I think it would be an interesting strategy to understand the number of students from their district that might be applying to state institutions across the state of Washington. And it's WSU's accepting them versus perhaps others are not. So to me, that seems like a critical thing to know our audience and to help them know their constituents and who WSU represents in their district. I don't know, is that something we've talked about? Is it even possible? Like, I don't know how you do that, but I think you could easily have your school of business do some kind of marketing research on just at least how many Cougs do we have in each district?
Do you want?
Go.
I was gonna say, our institutional research office has some of that information that we are trying to utilize to hone in down on the impacts on legislative and congressional districts. We're starting with our congressional district because of the number that we have. I will say that this is a project and a priority for me in this position is to get down into that because it is so hard for me to come in or Chris to come in or Connor to come in and say, you should care about WSU. It is so much easier when you need to care about WSU because you have this many students. The economic impact is this much. This is what we're doing. And this is the kind of research we're doing that would impact your community. And so we're building that out, Marty, and I think it's a huge priority for us as an office to build out, especially in the non-campus area locations where there is power.
Right.
So in the Seattle Tacoma area in particular, where we can build out that narrative so that individuals
Why it
represent
matters to them.
understand why. And quite frankly, our provost said this recently up at the regional leadership conference for the Seattle Chamber that all of these businesses, it's their children that are going to WSU. And so we need to remind them of that. We need to hone down on that and we need to talk about that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Regent Pica and then Regent Ramos.
Thinking of common interest and coming from maybe common needs like University of Washington. And what, if any, role you have or do you have a relationship with your counterpart at the
Absolutely.
university? Do you talk about these things?
We talk about a lot of things. And I will just say, he has been the most welcoming person to me in getting this job, sat down with me more than once, hosted a dinner for me. He is a wonderful human being, Randy Hodgkins. And he's retiring with Anamari, unfortunately, but yes, we do have a lot of conversations about this. We've had conversations going into the legislative session about, as we're negotiating around our goal and needs, what are you thinking, what can we think about that we would negotiate around? And so we've had those kind of conversations. We've not tipped our hats to what's in our back pocket, but there is a real true collaborative effort around areas that are good for the higher ed system in the state. And I will say, when I was doing federal relations, his federal relations director and our offices were 2 doors down from each other. We worked together all the time.
Like, what's an example of a common area of interest?
Student success.
So big picture.
Yeah,
student
big
success.
picture stuff. We've had some smaller things too. Actually, one thing we have worked very closely with them on, and this is a federal example, is worked with our Puyallup Research and Extension Center and our Washington Stormwater Center and the Urban Water Center that University of Washington has. We have been working on and collaborating on trying to get funding from EPA to build a center around that. And our 2 federal teams have been tied at the hip on this, working with Congresswoman Strickland and Senator Murray on this. So that definitely does happen. We're working together on a NASA project. Senator Murray included language in the funding bill last year to fund a NASA consortium, not specifically directed to Washington State, but directed to Washington State, that included work by us, University of Washington, the National Lab, some of the industry folks here. And so we've been working collaboratively with them on that. There's a lot of things that we do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Regent Ramos.
First of all, I'm excited to hear about Puyallup stormwater. And some of you may not know this, but in my past life as both the TNC board and Boeing, we co-sponsored that research facility. So
We talk about that.
yes, well, and I really appreciate all these insights. I guess I recently visited Mason County and our other extension offices in Grant County, and they are so plugged in to the local community, the local leadership, and the politicians who help fund our operations together, right? And there's such a symbiotic ecosystem in each one of these little boxes.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious, how do we really engage our extensions to connect these dots and really tell our story, fan out to all 39 offices, you know what I mean? And I've looked at every one of those websites, our extension websites. Some of them are dated, some of them have gaps, but I know they're trying really hard. And so it's just, there might be an opportunity to help each other in that space. No one's asked me to, message that. It was just my personal observation, having gone out to some of these places, and I'm excited about the opportunity.
So, these are great suggestions, and just a couple comments if I can. If the rest of the state, higher ed cooperated and exchange information back and forth as well as the GR teams do, it would be stunning. I mean, the government relations offices and all of the state institutions talk all the time because we share information. Maybe I come into a meeting, and we have a legislator who will say something about University of Washington or something else. We'll leave that office, we'll call them and say, hey, just so you know, this is what we heard. And so the communications back and forth are really, really excellent. When we sit down with legislators, we can tell them how many Cougs are in their district. We can tell them how many alumni are there, and we do. It's like the percentage of Washington residents that attend Washington State University. I'm like, by the way, did I mention that one more time? How many we have? So we are very focused on that because we want to make sure every member of the legislature feels that we impact their particular area and district. So, Belinda's been humble about not describing more of this stuff, but we really do a good job with this. And the 3 or 4 universities I've been involved with government relations, we are by far the best. We may not have the biggest team everybody does, but I'll tell you what, we are really, really effective. That's why we saw some of those numbers that we did yesterday. We're looking at state resources coming in and stuff we've nailed it. So, I mean, every session is different. What have you done for me lately? But I think we got the right people in the right place.
And we have to be ready for this session too. It's gonna be a challenge, so, but then that's why we're staying very focused on our priorities and trying to bring in our stakeholders to help support our messaging on this, working with industry, working with labor, working with folks that can actually be a third-party validator for what our team is talking about when we're in Olympia. I think that's really important. To answer your question, Regent Ramos, I think that extension is a unused tool and a huge opportunity for us. The few times we have used extension in advocacy efforts, up in Stevens County, we had an extension director who led a broadband action team that has become a national model. She's had the FCC commissioner under Trump come and talk to her county officials. I mean, it's been, she has been an advocate for mapping for broadband access, and that what she started up there is being utilized in other parts of the country now. And we actually have somebody that works with her now in Grays Harbor doing the same thing. We've had our extension leaders represent the university at forums with members of Congress for Farm Bill discussions where they've talked about the entire, what the importance of the ag programs are for the institution, but from the voice of the Clark County Extension Office, for example. But I think you're absolutely right. There's a lot of times our members of Congress in particular will go to those areas automatically. What I've learned in the past 6 months is that I'm not sure our legislators actually understand what the power of extension is. And I am really excited about the opportunity to kind of figure out how we can build that out and bring them together to understand, especially in these urban areas, what the power of extension is and helping to feed people, provide resources, provide tools for people to be healthy in urban areas.
And the youth development.
Yes.
Which builds a pipeline to us.
Yes.
Right? So starting early, that building that connection in the community.
I think you know what I'm gonna ask. We're down a couple regions, and so just wanna again put on the record that we're anxious to hear good news about two other sets of hands to help us in this moment. And so first wanna say appreciate all of the work that you did, particularly you and Chris Mulick over the summer with President Schultz and I to have some outreach to folks that may be interested in serving at this table. It's quite a privilege and honor to do so. And we need a couple other folks. So have you heard any news on the timing of our next?
I'll take this one. So I've asked Linda and the team to reach out to their connections that they have to sort of just see where it is. And, we're continuing as we go through the gubernatorial transition to seek information, and we want to be really cautious about not being a pest, but sharing the urgency. So as soon as we have more information, we will let the board know.
Ditto.
Well, thank you. Any other comments, feedback? I think, I just would like to echo, Kirk's comments. Linda has been a force in Washington DC in a way that I think if you're not back there or don't spend a whole lot of time in that space, understand the influence that she has and the network that she built, just personally and professionally, and then WSU gets to reap those rewards. So we're deeply grateful that you are in this seat now, bringing some of that same discipline to the state of Washington. I think that I like the kind of a bit of a clean slate here, if you will. I see it as an opportunity for us to kind of rewrite the next chapter for what we want to do in the state of Washington. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
If you have further questions or little things that you want to maybe say that are more appropriate, not, publicly and add questions, she will be here for a little bit. So, okay. Next up, we are going to move into an action item, and that is our Regents Distinguished Alumni Award. And we have our chair, Jerry Martinez, and Associate Vice President for Advancement and WSU Alumni Association Executive Director, Mariah Mackey, joining us virtually to present the Regents Distinguished Award nominees. And so I will turn that to you, Jerry, and I want to make sure you recognize you're good on time. So be thorough and take a moment to celebrate these nominees.
Yes, thank you all. Good morning. I'm happy to be here. I'm Jerry, a graduate of WSU in 2020, and I'm really excited to be here to talk about some amazing COOG candidates we have for this amazing award. Just briefly, I want to touch on what's happened since last meeting in September. Prior to the Board of Regents meeting, it was brought to the attention of the committee that the usage of the term laureate in Candidate S's recognition of a Nobel Peace Prize was incorrect. And so once we identified this terminology, the nominator was notified, the website and the letter of recommendation were updated, and the verbiage in your packets has been updated to accurately reflect the Nobel Peace Prize recognition. And so with new information being added, we took this back to the committee for sort of a second round of review, and overwhelmingly, the committee still decided that candidate S was worthy of being nominated and brought forward to you all here this month. And so what this kind of prompted us to do is have some additional vetting processes. And so moving forward, we will include a bio sketch from the WSU Foundation Prospect Management. This bio sketch will include information that can support and clarify any details in the nomination, and candidates with such distinct recognitions, such as the ones we have this year, will be thoroughly researched and ensure accuracy for you all and for us reviewing. Moving forward, the nominations will be open from May 5th to July 15th, or May 15th to July 15th, sorry, annually, and the finalists will continually be presented to the President and Board of Regents each September. This year, we had a group of 5 absolutely qualified candidates that were reviewed by the RDAA committee, and we had to make the difficult decision of just bringing 2 to you all here this month, and to the President. The candidates that are not selected and the candidate that you all choose to not select this year will still go back into the pool for 3 years from the start of their initial nomination. And so although someone may not be selected to move forward this year, they still have an opportunity to be selected in future years. Without further ado, let's get into some of the candidates. I just have a brief sort of highlight for each of them that I'd like to share with you all today, starting with candidate R. Candidate R is a 1978 graduate from the Edward R. Murrow School of Communications. They co-founded a foundation dedicated to building equitable and prosperous communities through Washington, particularly in the Puget Sound region. The foundation is now guided by 2 goals, which are to break down the barriers that stand in the way of young people's success and to build up the environments where they learn, live, and grow. Candidate R was also recognized as a White House Champion of Change by President Obama for their work to prevent and end youth homelessness. Those are just some highlights. The full description will be in your packet. Moving on to candidate S. Candidate S is a 1970 graduate of the WSU Honors College with a degree in economics. They have worked as an assistant professor at the University of Alaska Institute of Social and Economic Research, contributing to the development of econometric models for the Alaskan economy. They have also worked with the Pacific National Northwest National Laboratory, PNNL, on diverse energy and regulatory projects, supported the Regulatory Commission on Environmental and Socioeconomic Impacts of Nuclear Facilities, and authored over 300 publications on economics and energy efficiency. Candidate S was also a member of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which won the 2007 Nobel Peace Prize for their efforts to build up and disseminate greater knowledge on man-made climate change. This prize was shared alongside former Vice President Al Gore. So 2 amazing candidates. I return the meeting to you all for any next steps, any questions that Mariah will hopefully assist me with.
Thank you, Jerry. Great presentation. Just a special thank you. This is a lot of work, and we appreciate the time that you take and give to WSU on behalf of this effort. And we're glad that you're a proud graduate of our institution. So, Mariah, anything at this time you would like to add?
No, Jerry did a fantastic job, and the committee did a great job of putting this together for you.
Well, I think on behalf of the board, I would just say we appreciate the pause and the rigor that went into this process of just, again, ensuring that we have the appropriate representation, but accurate representation so we can celebrate these nominees in the right way. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Just for clarity, this is an action item. So if there are no objections, this action item will be presented for consideration later this morning.
Question. Are they aware that they're candidates for this?
That's a good, Mariah or Jerry, the question is, are candidate R and candidate S aware that they are nominees for this award?
They have been nominated. They have been told that they've been nominated for an award through the university.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Next in my portion, Regent Shower, is just a quick update around the ongoing work that we are doing, myself, Chris Hoyt, our Vice President for Strategy Planning and Analysis, as it pertains to the WSU strategic plan. And if you guys recall, in our last meeting, we provided you the kind of integrated framework, planning framework for the whole institution. It was this document that kind of looked like this. Where Chris and I started is trying to, establish the framework for just WSU as a whole and the multiple plans that we have, but what's the framework around our system, our strategic plan, what our strategic priorities are, what are the Board of Regents areas of focus, what are system drivers, and then this horizontal alignment that comes into play with college strategic plans, the campus strategic plans, department and school plans, and then campus unit plans. And then how does that all feed with this overarching structure of one WSU? So Kristen and her team did an amazing job putting that framework together so that we can kind of look at overarching and then horizontal alignment. So what's vertical, what's horizontal? In addition to that, we have compiled and we have centralized all the plans in one spot. And some of this is intentional and by design for a new leader to be able to come in and, have some organization, if you will, around and a quick ability to access and understand what, and get to know our campuses, our colleges, our schools, our units that we have. Where we sit today and what we intend to come back to you with in January is continuing to build off of the integrated planning framework. We are working to simply create a bridge plan of how do we leverage and optimize the work that's been done by so many around strategic planning. We are very cognizant that they still are probably not all aligned to the extent that we would hope them to be as it pertains to the overarching one WSU plan. But that being said, there is great amount of effort that many have already demonstrated in that space. We're trying to work to find the themes and the threads that are common throughout, as well as creating this bridge plan as we recognize of onboarding a new president and new leader will really be the focal point of the Board of Regents for the first quarter and second quarter of the 2025. And we want the ability for a new leader to have time to absorb existing, as well as then think about what they may be looking to for future. And how can they use all of this work and best leverage it and optimize it the best that they can. So that's where we're at right now. Chris and I continue to work closely together. One of the components that we are, myself and Regent Ramos and Regent Chow are working on is then also how do we create goals and KPIs for the new leader that align to what the whole institution is trying to accomplish. And then how do those cascade down so that chancellors, deans, schools, that everybody is really continuing to try to row in the same direction. They have their own flexibility and components to what they need to do, perhaps in Spokane or in Tri-Cities, but there are also a tie back to the system effort that we are trying to work towards achieving. So any questions or concerns in the strategy that Chris Hoyt and I continue to navigate? Any ideas or things that you think we might be missing in this kind of bridge plan effort that we're working through?
I think just a comment, it's easy to look at outcome metrics. As we look at KPIs, it's easier, I'll just say. But what we also want to do is find the proactive leverage points that are leading indicators to move in the direction of the strategies. And so I think that's something, we want to continue to look for. There's a lot that goes into this, and I know I appreciate all the effort I've seen to build out these plans over the years. So.
Yeah, I think a good shout out to our campus plans, who have been thoughtful around trying to marry to some of the work that's happening at that system level. There's been a lot of intentionality around that. Okay, thank you. That concludes the Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee. So, it is 9:30. I'll turn it back to you, Regent Shower.
Thank you. I would like to go ahead and just take, which I know is nearly impossible, but really a 10-minute break. And I am gonna start right at 9:40. We have the opportunity to hear from several members of our community, and so we will get started with public comment, and I want to be respectful of their time as well. So a 10-minute break, 9:40, whether you're sitting in your seat or not, we're gonna start. So 9:40. Thank you all.
Marty.
Oh,
Here,
I know.
it's very
It's impressive.
effective. Good morning and welcome to the Washington State University Board of Regents meeting. Today here, November 15th, we are in the beautiful Seattle area and we're excited to get started by listening first. So we have really intentionally moved our public comment period. Good morning and welcome to the Washington State University Board. That's not necessarily what we all need, is me repeating myself twice, yes. Okay, are we still, we're good to go? All right, we are starting with our public comment period, and in the time in which I have sat in this seat, I don't know that we've had as many folks sign up as we have today, which we really appreciate and we take seriously. As of yesterday afternoon, I had 17 requests for public comment. This morning, we have 11 ready to provide the Board of Regents with public comment. I think it's also really important that I share this shift of having the public comment period at the beginning allows us to listen to our WSU community before we take action. And so this will be the practice moving forward. And I just want to shout out to our student regent, Regent Vogel, for your willingness to share with us how we can improve our processes to really center our values of listening and engaging with our community before we as a board discuss and take action. So thank you for your leadership in this space. With that, I'm going to go ahead and ask for folks to announce your name when I introduce you. Please share with us. You can either come and join us up here at the table if you have chosen to be here in person. I know several are here virtually. You will remain muted until I call your name, and then we will unmute you, return you to mute after you have concluded your comments. We'd like to be respectful of those that have signed up to provide public comment, and therefore I would ask you to keep your remarks to just a few minutes. And I will go ahead and really try to not interrupt you, but also ensure that we have time and space for each person that has interest in addressing the board to have time to be able to share their thoughts. So with that, I am gonna go ahead and turn my chair so that I can see you, but I will go ahead and call the first person I'd like to be able to address the board is Mason Burns. Is Mason with us?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can. Good morning, Mason. Go ahead and feel free to provide us your feedback and input.
Well, good morning and thank you. My name is Mason Burns. I'm an alumni of WSU, class of 2024, and a dedicated member of the Fossil Free WSU. On October 23rd, we had a rally at the Pullman campus and marched downtown to deliver a letter to President Schultz and John Mingay. This letter announced our intention to submit a public complaint to the State Attorney General regarding the WSU's foundation's noncompliance with Washington's Uniform Prudent Management of Institutional Funds Act. Our position is clear. By continuing to invest a portion of our consolidated endowment in the fossil fuel industry, the WSU Foundation has breached its fiduciary duty as mandated by the Act, specifically the provisions for prudence, loyalty, and due consideration for the charitable purposes of WSU. Such investments are not only unstable with the risk of becoming stranded assets, but they starkly contradict the university's initiative, such as the commitment to sustainability and the Sustainability Task Force. It is regrettable that the university's proactive steps to combat our climate crisis are becoming undermined by the current investment strategy that its endowment fund manager. We strongly believe that the WSU Foundation should be a pillar of support for these efforts and our students' future rather than an obstacle. Therefore, we urge you to advocate and persistently before the foundation as a unified, responsible, and sustainable approach. Fossil Free WSU is committed to continuing to divestment approach advocacy and will proceed with submitting and publicizing our legal complaint. Thank you for your attention on this critical matter.
Thank you, Mason. Appreciate you being here with us today. I did just want to add that on behalf of the Board of Regents, we do have one of our members that serves on the foundation board, Regent Powell, and one of our members that does serve on the endowment committee. And so we are actively engaged, not only in this conversation here at this table, but at the foundation table as well. So thank you for addressing the board. Okay, I'd like to call Nathan Lindstedt. Nathan available? Provide feedback to the board.
Yes, I'm here. I would like to thank the Regents for this public comment period near the start of the session and for the suggestion to do so. My hope is that it fosters productive exchanges with those not on the board. My time is short and I want to be mindful of others' contributions. I want to tell the story of a former student and former employee. At the end of their PhD studies, this student started working for an administrative office as a graduate assistant. Their talent for the role, with their background in computer science coursework and quantitative social science, was quickly recognized, and they were encouraged to apply for and later offered a position in that office on January the 13th of 2020. In their first and only annual review, they received a 4.2 out of 5. Reviewer comments noted how they excelled in their work position, were instrumental in a number of collaborative efforts within the office, how others in the office commented how much they like working with them, and that they accepted feedback thoughtfully and rightfully stood their ground if they felt their perspective was justified. As the office reorganized, these annual reviews would no longer occur, but their continued contributions were evidenced by out-of-cycle pay increases on December 6, 2021, and again on August 4th, 2023. The final increase was over a 25% increase in their salary. Their work was recognized by several offices and championed on unit social media accounts and websites. All of this would suggest the history of a respected and even well-liked employee. However, they were to be regarded as a persona non grata. Why? They perceived a workplace conducive to abusive conduct and a culture that turned a blind eye to concerning issues they uncovered through the routines of their position. These issues not only weighed on them personally, but could potentially affect students in the university negatively. They attempted to elevate their worries per the outlined BPPM process, but encountered suspicion instead and a desire to sideline rather than offer settlements. And they received punitive measures for continuing to voice these worries when not addressed. Despite their multiple efforts to extend third-party mediation, they were declined. Those means to clear the air if perceptions were wrong, which could have been welcomed as opportunities to do that, went unused. This person sought to leave due to these experiences, which happened in contravention of the BPPM. No office they sought to interact with in the administration offered them a way to broker a resolution. They now cannot get a work reference. And while that's within the letter of the law, the practical effect of that, because that was their only working professional experience upon graduating, is to make them unemployable in a comparable role. They have already lost opportunities because of that, and their former colleagues know that, and they also know due to that resignation, they have no means of unemployment. That person is, of course, me. I would like people there to consider what it is that I should have done to see these issues addressed. The lesson seems to be that I should not have done anything. I should have let it happen. I should have known my place. I should have not asked questions seeking to avoid further issues to the possible harm of students in the university. And now I'm to suffer those consequences, and my chance for future success elsewhere is to be hindered for speaking up. Are these the values of WSU? I'm no longer certain what they are, but I hope efforts can be undertaken to ensure that they're not for others moving forward. Thanks.
Nathan, thank you for addressing your concerns to the Board of Regents. I'm sorry to hear that this is your experience and appreciate, again, your willingness to share your feedback. I'd like to go ahead and transition to the students that have signed up that would like to address the board relative to one of our action items today, which is tuition increases. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started with Sierra Grindle. Sierra, are you available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sierra Grindle. I am a senior this year at WSU Global as well as the ASWSUG president this year. And I just wanted to ask two different questions in the realm of the tuition increase. My first question is there any new sources of income that the board is looking at outside of the tuition increase every year? And the second question is, can or would WSU move to a 4-year fixed tuition increase so that every student that comes in as a freshman is guaranteed the same tuition rate all 4 years until they graduate? And I know that I've talked with a few admin about it and they have been totally for it. So I just wanted to hear your guys' thoughts as well and what would need to be done for that to happen.
Thank you, Sierra. Appreciate the questions. I think these questions are great ones for us to discuss in our deliberations this morning. Just appreciate the feedback and we'll take those into our discussion today. Okay, I'd like to then call on Colin Bannister. Colin, are you available?
Yes,
Good morning, Colin. Go ahead and address the board.
good morning, and thank you, members of the board, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Colin Bannister, and I am a junior at WSU studying philosophy pre-law. Currently, I am in my third term as the ASWSU Director of Legislative Affairs, and I also serve as the president of the Washington Student Association. The WSA functions as our statewide lobbying group, which represents the public higher education student governments. Today, I am before you to speak on the matter of continued tuition increases and the great potential for harm that it poses to WSU, both as an institution and to its students. While I fully understand the reasons that the board has raised tuition in the past and is now considering another increase, WSU needs a different path. In 2016, WSU undergrad in-state tuition was at $9,324. Now, with the proposed increase, it will be at $11,678 for 2025, which is over a 25% increase in cost in less than 10 years. Raises in tuition at around 3% do not seem large, but over time they compound and the cost becomes a larger number. A number which is unsustainable to students as they continue to struggle with the rising costs of groceries, gas, housing, and other essential basic needs. If tuition continues to raise by 3.3% in future years, as it is this year, the increases will only grow more drastic. Current and further tuition raises will outprice our students. Even a few extra dollars on a meal can turn students away from a restaurant. The optics of continued increases, partnered with the very real financial impacts, will dissuade students from enrolling. As a land-grant institution, WSU has a duty and mission to serve our students statewide. When compared to 13 other peer institutions, as shown by the Budget Office presentation to the Student Government Council, WSU has the 10th highest cost for in-state undergraduate tuition comparatively. As a Washington land-grant institution, we should be on the lower end of that list to better serve our state. This not only hurts students in Washington, but it also hurts the institution. This year's freshman class shows growth, but if WSU is not careful with rising costs, this growth may be minimized, continuing future budget issues. Some of the justification often used for these continued increases is the Washington College Grant Program, a program our student government and the Washington Student Association has championed and supported. The college grant only covers about a third of WSU students institution-wide, leaving 2/3 without college grant aid. Even those receiving the grant, not all of them receive a full award. Awards are as low as only 10% of tuition. The college grant should not be used as a justification to increase tuition further. If it is, please ensure the college grant is a top priority for the institution's lobbying efforts as we enter a potentially strenuous budget biennium. Thank you, and please work with students on this issue. Do not continue increasing tuition and outpricing students. We need to find another way that benefits the institution and its students.
Thank you, Colin. Appreciate you being with us today and providing us input. Okay, I'd like to move to Sophie Karov. Please go ahead and introduce yourself, and I'm sorry if I did not say your name correctly. Welcome, Sophie.
Hi. Hello. It's Sophie Kirov. I work alongside Colin in ASWSU. I'm serving my second term as the ASWSU Director of University Affairs this year. I'm here also to talk about the opposition to the 3.3% tuition increase. As Colin stated, WSU at its core is a land-grant institution, and our main mission should be to serve as many Washington State residents as possible. Outpricing the affordability of college is against this mission and will dissuade students from attending, but will outprice the lower income students that we should be benefiting the most. As a student that receives the Washington College Grant, a 3.3% increase for in-state tuition will look like a $340 around there tuition increase. This may not sound like a disproportionate increase year by year as it is appropriate with inflation, but $303 a year is several meals, could be rent, could be a car payment. That's something that I personally can say I cannot afford to budget for in my coming year. Thankfully, I will be graduating this year, but as ASWSU representative, I feel it is my obligation to make sure students know that tuition is increasing if it is, and to make sure that students have the opportunity to share their experience, to share with this is truly affordable for students. I also would like to say that as tuition increases, students may choose to stay in school, but that means compromising our basic needs like food, rent, as stated, and WSU should be looking out for students and their well-being. I hope in the future and for this action item, the Board of Regents can consider communicating further in advance to students the tuition increases and the potential risks to that. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you, Sophie. Appreciate you taking the time to be here. Pal Cathagata also may not have said your name correctly, so please introduce yourself, Pal, and thank you for being with us this morning.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair and esteemed members of the board. My name is Tathagata Pal, and I am a sixth-year PhD student in the Department of Physics and Astronomy at the WSU Pullman campus. Today, I am going to request the board to be aware of students' financial struggle before finalizing the increase in tuition for the upcoming year. I serve as a council member representing graduate students for the Washington Student Achievement Council. Working as a WASAC council member, I have seen very closely the struggles that students go through to pay for higher college tuition. As a matter of fact, WASAC recognizes that affordability is one of the major obstacles for the people in Washington to attain higher education. Increasing tuition may also have an indirect effect on the low enrollment across all WSU campuses. Although a proposed 3.3% increase might not seem very substantial when looking from the perspective of a single year, but looking back in time on the last 5 or 10 years, the total increment has been quite substantial. With the increasing cost of all the basic needs like housing, food, childcare, it becomes even harder for students to afford college if we have yearly increase in tuition. I do agree that the operational cost and inflation have also been on the rise. But please let us try to find means other than increasing tuition to cover the increased expenses. Thus, I urge the WSU Board of Regents to carefully consider the students' perspective before finalizing any decision on tuition increase for the upcoming academic year. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for being with us this morning. Okay, Isla Bonilla, which I don't think I did correctly, so please introduce yourself. Welcome this morning.
Thank you and good morning, everybody. My name is Isela Bonilla and I'm a junior at WSU Vancouver. serving my second year as the Director of Legislative Affairs, and I work alongside Colin as the Vice President of Legislation for the Washington Student Association. And I'm here to speak strongly against the 3.3% tuition increase. Like many of my friends, I've been struggling to manage the cost of tuition, cost of books, my rent, my gas, and my food. I work about 30 hours a week to make ends meet, and the idea of a $373 increase in my tuition next year is a huge concern of mine. I know it might not seem a lot for others, but it is for me. For many of us here at WSU Vancouver, college is balance between getting an education and making sure we can afford to stay here. And an increase in tuition would only make that balance harder to maintain. That will force me and other students to cut back on necessary expenses or even leave school altogether. I'm going to get all skinny again, and it's not a good look on me, I promise. I understand the university faces challenges and needs resources to maintain quality education, but raising tuition is not a solution. It is an unfair burden on students who are already stretched thin. A large percent of us don't receive the Washington College Grant, and this increase will only further limit access to education for many students, particularly those from lower income or first-gen backgrounds like myself. It's crucial that WSU continues to be a think tank that caters to accessible and affordable ideas for their students. WSU should be a leader in making higher education accessible and affordable, not a barrier for those trying to build a better future. It's time for the university to explore new ways of funding without putting the financial burden on students, the students that you guys are meant to serve. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here this morning. Appreciate your feedback. I have Bhargav Iyer next.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much to the Board of Regents for having us here this morning. My name is Bhargav Iyer. I'm a junior here at WSU Pullman studying biology. I'm also the ASWSU Deputy Director of Legislative Affairs. I work alongside Colin and Tucker from Pullman. A lot of my peers today have provided a lot of facts and numbers. I have an anecdote for the board to consider. Back when I was in high school as a senior, I had a friend. I actually had 3 friends who were supposed to come to WazU with me. We were all kind of in the same classes, and as we were leaving our high school career, coming to college, we all planned on staying in the same apartment, signing up for similar classes. But one of my friends, his plans changed when he saw the bill. He saw how much tuition cost at WazU, and automatically he said he can't make it, even with substantial financial aid from the state. This friend of mine was pursuing a career in public service and education. He wanted to be a high school history teacher. He really loved history. He loved our high school. He loved teaching history. He loved students. He really wanted to make a difference. He wanted to impact as many students as he could in the time that he could, with a background from one of the best colleges in the country. Unfortunately, finances kept him from doing that. A $300 to $400 increase might not seem like a lot to a lot of people. However, for some people, it is very substantial. So I'd like to speak about that. A $300 to $400 increase does preclude a lot of people from being able to come to an institution like WSU. It negatively impacts several students, and it does impact a lot of students, but specifically those who are from lower socioeconomic statuses, who are first gen, and who are from minority backgrounds. This is a difficult subject, and I do understand that the board has a tough time with raising tuition. However, I would encourage the board going down the road to work with student government to find a mutually beneficial solution that doesn't penalize students entirely. This is not a black and white issue. There are several factors that affect this, and there's more than one solution. Raising tuition is not a permanent solution to this problem, so I encourage the board to please collaborate with our student governments, our students, and our leaders to find better ways of solving this problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here this morning and addressing the board. All right, is Tucker Center here? Good morning, Tucker.
I am, thank you. My name's Tucker Center. I'm the Deputy Director of Legislative Affairs for ASWSU Pullman. I work with Bhargav and Colin. I'm also a social studies major with a minor in business administration, as well as sitting on the SGC steering committee and the Legislative Affairs Committee. Before I jump into the meat of what I have in front of me, I also just want to thank the leadership of everyone in the room, including Provost Tillman and the Budget Office, with their transparency and communication on this matter. While we may have disagreements on this, I'm sure that we don't disagree that our student constituents come first. Increased costs, as we've heard from everyone that's presented today, will make it harder for students to go to WSU, which will cause further declines in enrollment. One of the few demographics that we have seen increases in is our freshman enrollment, but this even may be stunted by increased costs. We've seen this in the anecdote that my colleague Bargoff presented to us. For example, tuition in 2016 to 2017 was $9,324, meaning that if this is passed, tuition will be made $2,354 more expensive, leading to a 25% increase in just about 9 years. Already, we are ranked number 10 out of 14 for the highest resident undergrad tuition when compared to our 13 other peer institutions. This doesn't include many other institutions that people may call the lower end institutions or lower income institutions like U of I. Everyone on this call, including myself, has a duty to be transparent and represent our student constituents. We, in fact, should come together as leaders of this great institution to come up with solutions that brighten WSU's future rather than put a band-aid on a temporary present issue. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tucker. Okay, not sure if she's available to attend, but Parjo Parwa? Yeah, see, okay. Also wanted to speak to tuition. Alexis Lee. Are you available? Doesn't look like you are, okay. Jacob Winstead. Go ahead and address the board, Jacob. Thank you for being here this morning.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Jacob Winstead. I just want to thank the board for allowing this to be a possibility. And I also want to give a special shout out to Cassandra Vogel, who has been nothing short of exemplary for all of us during this and helping us put this on. If I look a little tired, it's because I'm still up from yesterday. I apologize. But with this tuition increase, I wanted to raise some concerns, not only specific to the Vancouver campus, but the university as a whole. When I proposed and brought this topic up to other students within my classes, I am a STEM student. It was very disheartening to see students immediately look onto Clark College's website, which is a community college near us, to try and find ways to supplement their major and the credits that they need to be able to graduate. Clark College does not require parking passes. It provides hot food. It has a lot of resources that I feel like we are lacking, or at least being able to address on our campus specifically. And I feel like the tuition increase is only going to make it so we lose more of our students to that university. I also have a personal problem with students having to choose a penguin as a mascot over our cougar, but I will digress from that. It's also very sad when I see the continued concern for financial stability on our financially conscious campus. I'm very lucky to be in the position that I'm in as the president of the student government here. And one of the things that we try to provide is food for our employees. But when we see the cost of living continue to increase and the fact that, you know, with the prospect of tuition increasing, that students are having to leave our campus because we do not provide any sort of hot food that is affordable in any way. And we try to provide some in our office, but as you can see, this shelf usually has food on it, but that restock that we did last week has already been, you know, ran through dry. It's just how, you know, things go. And I just have the fear that a tuition increase will only continue to make these things worse or make it so students stop coming altogether. So I appreciate you guys allowing us to have this opportunity to speak. And I appreciate all of my colleagues for being here to be able to advocate for students as well.
Thank you, Jacob. All right, I have Jessica Clark on the list interested in speaking. Let's see Jessica on the screen. Okay. Han Newton. Okay. Kiera Reyes Ramirez had expressed interest, but I don't think is able to attend. Jasper Lampa. Okay, Kendra Fish. Okay, all right, I think that is the list that I have. Anyone else that I missed? Okay, all right. Thank you everyone for addressing the Board of Regents. We appreciate you taking the time this morning and really appreciate anyone that helped to facilitate making this connection between the board and our WSU community. So thank you. All right. I think the feedback and the commentary from those that spent time with us this morning will certainly aid in our conversations later this morning. I'd like to go ahead and move into reports from our leadership team, which I will kick off and share some of the work that the Board of Regents has been up to since our last board meeting in September. I'd like to begin with the Institute for Northwest Energy Futures ribbon cutting, which was very exciting in the Tri-Cities. Regents Powell and Regents Ramos both attended that event on October 2nd. I was joined by Regents Cerna, Pica, Bogle, and Blankenship at the October 19th ribbon cutting of the Taylor Sports Complex on the Pullman campus. This was pretty exciting because almost exactly 1 year before we were doing a groundbreaking. And so to be able to walk through the facility was pretty exciting within 1 year. For those of you that might not have followed on social media, we saw Regent Dickinson participate in a keynote address at the Cougs' first event in Spokane and serving as a moderator on a panel of area experts from across the WSU system on October 24th, which was pretty exciting to see how many folks showed up for that great event. On November 6th, Regent Cerna, Pica, and Ramos participated in the WSU Bound event in Bellevue, an event that engages potential future Cougs and their families and helps folks learn more about WSU. From the sounds of it, it was an incredible event and really appreciate the leadership the three of you took to help put that on in partnership with our enrollment team. I'd love to see this replicated in our other communities as well. So on Tuesday of this week, we had a 5-part video series on, and this video series really was something that our student regent, Regent Vogel, led through interviews, and you'll start to see more of this 5-part series be able to be rolled out. What you'll see is the video topics include what is the role of the regent, which I feel is a question I am always asked, and it was helpful to be able to have the time and space to be able to have many members of the board address that. Leadership and vision across the state of Washington, how the Board of Regents is responding to challenges, and of course, looking forward. So I'd like to thank our marketing lead. Phil, you and your team did a great job of putting those together and prepping all of the regents in terms of what that communication plan and objectives were, as well as ensuring that Cassandra was ready to interview all of us. So thank you very much. Really appreciate the effort from the marketing team. On Wednesday evening, we had an opportunity. Once a year, we get to gather as regents, former regents, and current regents in community over dinner. And we had an opportunity to hear a bit about the experiences of other regents, some of which were in similar roles where they chaired presidential search committees and what their experience was. It was also a great opportunity for us to recognize one of our regents who officially completed their term in September. So Regent John Shetler was with us. I know today is a big day. It is his retirement today from Amazon after a 2-decade-long meaningful and impactful career at Amazon. What I'd like to do in this moment is go ahead and read a resolution and seek the board's approval of this resolution. really honoring Regent Shetler's service to Washington State University. This is resolution number 241115-722. Whereas on July 1st, 2020, Governor Jay Inslee appointed John Shetler to the Washington State University Board of Regents. And whereas Regent Shetler brought to the board experience and wisdom gleaned from his distinguished career, providing visionary leadership, innovation, and a commitment to excellence to advance the priorities of the university to better serve the public good and communities statewide. And whereas throughout his tenure, Regent Shetler brought valuable collegiality and enriched the board's deliberations with his thoughtful insight, desire to understand all viewpoints, integrity, and wise counsel. And whereas Regent Shetler provided outstanding guidance and leadership to the Board of Regents, including service, chairing the Institutional Infrastructure Committee and Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee. And whereas the Regents, administration, faculty, staff, and students of Washington State University have greatly benefited from his leadership and dedication to the university. Whereas Regent Shetler's service as a member of this board can be characterized by his steadfast commitment to the state of Washington, this institution and its community, as well as to his fellow Regents. And whereas it is the earnest hope of the Board of Regents that he continue to be a loyal friend and proponent of Washington State University and a champion of higher education in the state of Washington. Now therefore be it resolved that John Shetler be commended for his dedication and service to Washington State University and the state of Washington, and be it further resolved that the members of the Board of Regents of Washington State University, speaking on behalf of the entire Cougar Nation, acknowledge with deep gratitude and profound appreciation the contributions of John Shetler to Washington State University, dated this 15th day of November, 2024. With that, I move that the Board of Regents adopt resolution number 241115-722. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Maybe I will just add that I think Regent Shetler was a voice and an advocate for not only our commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, but also to our commitment to sustainability. His voice will be missed at this table, and we wish him well as he heads into retirement. So with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Motion passes. Now I'm going to turn the floor over to President Schultz to provide input on and his report to the Board of Regents.
Well, good morning, everybody. And again, it's great to be here in Seattle. And I think last time we were here, I was celebrating an apple coupling. So, you know, it's always good. We can't mention that enough during the year. I'd like to start my report just by thanking all the students that we had with us today. I was thinking back to, I was a student leader at Virginia Tech in some areas, and, you know, the idea of me going at that time is, you know, that age in front of a board to talk about whatever, I never would have thought I could have done that. And so just watching our students be very articulate, stating their views very clearly, and I think also showing some understanding that this is not a challenging issue and that it may not be as black and white as everybody did. I just so impressed with our leaders, and I appreciate them extending their opinions, even if it may be different than what I wanted to hear. I appreciate them being out there. On a little bit of a sober note, unfortunately, you may have seen the news this morning, but Anamari Kause, who's the president of the University of Washington, her car was defaced last night. People spray painted some stuff on the president's house at the University of Washington. Her tires were slashed. I mean, we think in higher education that as leaders, sometimes you take hard stands and things that, you know, have some disagreement. But at least in the state of Washington, in my almost 9 years here, I've never sort of seen that level of protest happen, and it's just unfortunate. I mean, it's a criminal activity, and you just don't want to do anything that you're in fear of moving around. So I sent her a note this morning. She sent me something back, but just be thinking about our colleagues and leadership at the University of Washington. I think it's an unfortunate thing that occurred. So anyway, we want to be supportive of all of us are really trying to do a lot of the same stuff at the end of the day, and that's make a difference for the state and for our students. So Lisa mentioned this. We've had a whole bunch of really cool things happen over this course of the semester. And while we have challenges ahead of us, we need to sometimes just pause and celebrate some of the great things that are happening. So this building is across the street from the Tri-Cities campus in Richland, Washington. And when I first arrived here in 2016, we actually used this for instructional purposes. Some of the labs in there were used for teaching labs for our STEM related students because we did not have adequate facilities on the main campus there to be able to do that. We have the collaboration hall, which changed that and provide really state-of-the-art teaching facilities for STEM students. This building had been vacant for a couple of years, and so the board approved the purchase of that building, and they did some modest renovation inside, and it's great to see this facility now be able to be used for the Institute for Northwest Energy Futures. We had about 250 people-ish or so at the ribbon cutting. It was amazing. Elected officials from both sides of the aisle, regents, leaders in the community, lots of people were out there. And since I happen to know the director fairly well, it's been interesting on the ripple effect that's had as she's been around the state and people wanting to know more about what this is, what it's doing. And I just appreciate Sandra's leadership at working with the governor and working with everybody to get this moving. And it's neat to see that vision start to turn into some reality. The cool thing is, given where the election came out on Tuesday, I think we're going to be starting the process to hire something like 8 new tenure track research active faculty that will be associated with the center and the Tri-Cities and the Pullman campuses. And anytime we can bring new faculty colleagues into an exciting new opportunity like this, I think it's good for all of us. So the fall town hall series, with my transition coming up, the question is, do you do town hall meetings? If you're not careful, you could just all be nostalgic. Let me tell you how all this wonderful stuff I did. I instead felt that it was more important for the senior leadership team to be seen in front of our faculty, staff, and students in person and online, talking maybe about some trends over the last few years, but then shifting to what is it that we're doing with the legislature? Where are we going with Cougar athletics? Some of these kind of key issues. And then we've had 30 to 40 minutes of Q&A. And all 4 of us have been up there to be able to answer questions. And I think it's important to show continuity and leadership. If I say, hey, we're going to be doing all this stuff, everybody goes, well, 6 months from now, you're going to be doing something else. But if you have the team up there and we're talking jointly about things that we're doing, I think it just shows the importance of some of these big ticket items. You're talking to leaders who are going to continue to be invested in those decisions and helping on board the new president. So the other thing is that I know when we finished in the spring, we got sort of to May and June. It was a tough semester. I mean, I think morale was not great. We were finishing up a provost search. There was some dialogue about, do we need to, do that and move ahead? People weren't happy about the Pullman chancellor and maybe some administrative bloat, administrative bloat around that position and so forth. And it's been really fun over the last, month as we've been out and about on these conversations. I don't want to say it's 180 degrees difference. That would be an exaggeration, but I've been impressed with the energy and vitality. And we go around and we're speaking to faculty, staff, and students, and there's just a little spring in everybody's step in a good, positive way. And it doesn't mean that some of those longstanding problems have gone away. They haven't. But I do feel that when we bring in candidates now for deans or vice presidents or presidents, they're seeing what I think is what makes this place special is we don't have everything we always need, but people are willing to roll up their sleeves and get after it. And I think that's a good aspect of this. So these have been good. We have, we're going to do, next week, we'll do the Tri-Cities. We have to do global and we'll do Spokane, and then we'll have wrapped up all of them. The other thing is we've done these all in person. And it's interesting. We did our first Pullman one in person this year. We still had like 350 people that joined us online. But I think moving back to the hybrid format where we're in a room with people and you're interacting back and forth and you're doing it online so that people that can't come or whatever can have it up and interact as well has worked really effectively. And so it's neat to be back out and see people as you're talking. So we continue under the leadership of Zoe High Eagle Strong to add additional partners, tribal nation partners at WSU. The Confederated Tribes of the Chehalis Reservation signed an MOU. I'm there with the tribal chief, and man, he was all decked out in cougar gear. His wife had just graduated from WSU to the global campus and was really excited. They brought their family out, and this is not a trivial. I mean, the actual signing of it can feel really simple and symbolic, but we also expect tribal leadership to be engaged at WSU, and they are. They show up twice a year for these meetings. They roll up their sleeves. We talk about difficult, challenging topics and how we can work together on economic development, how we can work together legislatively, how we can ensure there's more opportunities for our tribal students at each of our campuses, and they have the support that they need to be successful. And so I know it's a lot of work to put all this together, but having worked in other states where sometimes the relationship between the tribal nations and higher ed has not been good, you just feel like you've got partners standing right there with you and figuring out ways to work together. So this was really a fun day. One of the other things that I continue to visit about, and as we continue to move along with the leadership transition, is how are we out there engaging with corporate partnerships? And Alex Peach and his team does a great job with Boeing and Avista and things like that. And we need to maintain and grow those existing relationships, but we need to be additive and add more. And so here we are down in the Northern California area, the Bay Area. Mark Lee, the Dean of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences, is with us. And it turns out most of the time when I go visit different places, we meet a lot of our alumni that are there that got undergraduate degrees. Well, this is Genentech, a research place. All the alumni I met there all had PhDs from WSU. And it was really cool because they were talking about how great their experience was and how they enjoyed working what they were doing. And it's just a reminder that sometimes we think about our alumni from an undergraduate perspective. We have a lot of people that have touched being at WSU that have master's degrees and PhDs and have gone on to great things. And guess what? They're just as passionate about the undergraduates about wanting to hire more WSU PhDs there and not go to Stanford and Cal all the time in the Bay Area. So just being out, being present, and being there with deans and subject matter experts makes a big deal. The presidential title carries with it enough cachet that generally you can meet with senior leadership and decision makers. And I think that was really a fun visit. So we have to work on meeting the future workforce needs. And you can see in the middle, Chris, I was doing a visit, I think, in the Bay Area, and we needed to divide and conquer. And Chris showed up and did an amazing job at a large meeting in the state. And I heard from lots of people that, hey, the provost was really good at WSU. You guys did a great job. And he has just been really pleased with what he's done internally with our deans. But if we really look externally, Chris has just dove into our communities and been out there talking about how Washington State, as the state's land grant, will continue to help Washington move forward economically, whether it's the I-5 corridor, Spokane, our rural areas, our urban centers. And I think that message resonates really well with the state, and we got to keep making it. What we pay our faculty and staff continues to be a challenge, but I'm really pleased that once again this year we were able to do another math salary increase. And while the percentages are not where we would like them to be, that consistency in doing that, I think, is something that it doesn't feel like enough to pay what people deserve for the job they're doing. But having been in a state where we had a lot of years it was zero, I'm glad that we're able to do what we can and to continue to advocate strongly for appropriate compensation for faculty and staff. So And then many of you may have seen this, it's veterinary medicine is an interesting thing from a philanthropic and donor perspective. Most of the time when you go to vet schools around the country, and this is the third that I've really dealt with as a senior leader, most of the major benefactors and donors to the vet school are not alumni. They tend to be people who were impacted by an alumnus that maybe they took their dog to or a companion animal to a local veterinarian and they saw on the wall they're a Washington State graduate and they're basically a grateful client. Well, we have the largest endowed chair at WSU that was established by an anonymous donor who was essentially a grateful client, and a $6 million endowed chair. We have the entire amount of dollars that are there. It recognizes a long time serving faculty member who's been exceptional. But the beauty of an endowed chair is when that person retires or steps out of that role, we'll be able to go out and recruit another outstanding individual to be able to come to WSU with that as a recruitment incentive. That really goes a long way. So what are those dollars used for? Sometimes they're salaries, but more often than not, they support the research program. A lot of the higher graduate students, postdocs, do things that they need to make sure that their work is really cutting edge. So I just want to shout out to our foundation team, to our CVM Dean, Dory Borgeson and her team for the work that we do on this. We all wave the flag in a good way when these happen. We want to celebrate it, but there's always a lot of work and time and effort that goes into these behind the scenes. And it's important to recognize everybody that had a touch on making this happen. And those of you who worked in fundraising on any form or fashion know that once you get one of these, you leverage this. I had another conversation with another donor for a different college and said, hey, did you see that announcement? And here's why that's important. Here's what we're going to do. And they say, tell me more. And so I really, this is exciting for WSU. Cougar Athletics, it's, a winning football team, and just the way our football program has represented Washington State University gives a little spring in everybody's step. It's great to see people in the Pullman community. I was down in San Diego. We had a huge crowd down in San Diego. And I know initially when we added some schools to the conference that can be a little disappointing. Well, it's not Oregon, it's not USC, it's not these schools we've played for the last 80 years. I think people are going out to some of the communities now and going, hey, going to San Diego is not a bad thing on a road trip. And guess what? They treated us well. It's kind of a cool stadium. You go back and forth. So I appreciate. Rarely speechless, but anyway. Thank you.
Anything else you do?
Well, yeah. But we've seen success in basketball and other sports. Ian is doing a really, really nice job because she's got to navigate the financial pieces. Coaches, all of them are A-type personalities. That's why they're good at what they do. That also requires a lot of time and effort and leadership and management in that space. And she's doing a nice job of that. So our future looks bright here, and it's important that we continue to find ways to support that. One of the things that I do want to always communicate, though, that I think our biggest challenge is easy to point to finances and can we retain coach, whatever it is we need to find ways to have more people attend events. If you say we had a top 18 football team playing a game that we should have won against Utah State University, if you were in the Midwest, we would have been standing room only for that particular game. I use that just as an example. It's the same with men's and women's basketball and stuff like that. As we win and as we do well, it's great to get to go Cougs, but we need people to come out to the games and support our student athletes. They're still there to get degrees, and they're still part of that culture. And we just need to find ways to keep encouraging our colleagues to come out and support them as much as they can. And it's all sports, not just football. It's volleyball, it's track and field, it's all of those. So Apple Cup and Seattle Week, I mentioned about us winning. That's great. But I still just want to reiterate a lot of the way the university, especially enrollment management, and others utilize this week, corporate relations. We planned a lot of activities. And it was a successful week. And whether we won or lost the game, The question should be, is the rest of the university utilizing these opportunities to the fullest extent possible for fundraising, for student recruitment and other things? And I'm just really pleased the way the team came together around this. And I've mentioned this in audiences before. I know the traditional, we're not playing them in Thanksgiving week and all those kind of things. That feels like a loss. If I look from the university perspective, playing in September is far better because we can make that a tentpole event regardless of where we play. We can use it as a big time recruitment event. And when you play the day after Thanksgiving, you cannot get people to want to come out to events and do all that kind of stuff. That week just does not work for that. So the traditional piece of that will feel strange playing University of Wyoming, the other UW, instead of University of Washington after Thanksgiving, university-wide. I think this is a much better yield for what we can do as an institution than we had before. So with that, I appreciate it. I look forward to spending time with the board and with our leadership team as we welcome a new president in January and working with that person. And it's going to be an exciting, dynamic time for the institution. But I feel very good about where we are now as a new person comes in and being able to really transition. And I think we're tackling some of our tough problems, and remember, we've got a lot of really good positive things going for us right now. And sometimes with the board and our senior leadership team, we all want to focus on problems, right? That's what we do. We forget about the 90% of stuff that's going really, really well. So a lot to be proud of. Thank you. Go Cougs.
Thank you, President Schultz. I think one of the comments that I made at the dinner Wednesday evening with our former regents is, as I have continued in this role and continued to learn the pace of higher education, particularly that of our president, I have been incredibly impressed by the amount of momentum that you're continuing to move forward with and the things that we are achieving. And so to your point, there's so much to be proud of in this moment. And one area that I continue to be impressed with is your hard work and humble approach to the things that are being accomplished right now and your vision to see them through. So thank you for everything that you're continuing to do, and look forward to seeing how things move forward over the next couple months as we welcome the new president. All right, it looks like we have been joined by our Chancellor of the Everett campus, Paul Petrie, to provide a campus update. I will say that I had the opportunity as I was coming into Seattle to listen in on the town hall, which are brilliant opportunities to hear a bit about what's happening. And it was exciting to see the interaction and engagement by the Everett campus. So thank you for being here today.
Yeah, definitely had a good turnout for the town hall. I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to give you an update on WSU Everett. And just to start off, we had an excellent start to this academic year. It's always a good start when your numbers are up. And I just want to echo what Kirk said about Seattle Week, because looking at our numbers going into spring semester and also next fall, our numbers are, in terms of our applications, are way up. And so both Saichi and Phil Weiler did an excellent job in really kind of fueling our recruitment efforts during that week. So that's worked really well. I also want to just say that some other things that were really outstanding in our opening week for Washington State University Everett. We had a week of welcome, just a flurry of activities. Our Director of Student Services, Anna McLeod, just did an excellent job of integrating our new students into the WSU Everett community, and then also reintroducing our returning students into the WSU Everett community. So it's just a great feel to our community. That week culminated with our dedication of our new Cougs statue, which was just an excellent event. Kirk emceed that event, and we actually had the county executive who did a proclamation, and he made August 23rd, Cougar Pride Day. So we had a lot of Cougs that showed up, and it was just an excellent event. I have to say that getting that Coug statue on campus has really given us a real sense of pride. So it's been an excellent addition to our campus. I just want to, some of the things I want to cover today. I just want to talk about workforce needs in the North Puget Sound community. I also want to talk about some of the growth of business and industry in the North Puget Sound. Touch on some of the challenges that we have at WSU Everett, and then also talk about some of the opportunities that we have moving forward. So first, I just want to mention that the North Puget Sound community is fast becoming a hub for advanced manufacturing and clean tech. And this community, the three-county region that we actually serve, of course, Snohomish County to the north, Skagit County to the west, Island County is also growing. So it's nearing 1 million people. And so the important part to that is that the Washington Student Achievement Council has this initiative where they're looking at having 70% of the adult population in the state of Washington to have some type of post-secondary credential. And so they're also working with the Washington Roundtable to kind of have data around how we're making progress in this way. And so looking at that data in 2022, the only county that actually was meeting that 70% threshold was King County. And just looking at the North Puget Sound region, starting with Snohomish County, Snohomish County was at about 53% of that threshold. So about 17% gap in terms of the adult population that have that post-secondary credential. When we look at Island County and Skagit counties, they actually aggregated those data along with San Juan County. It makes sense, they're smaller counties. They're at about 42%. So that's a 28% gap in terms of the adult population with a post-secondary credential. And the real critical piece to this is with this knowledge economy that we have in the state of Washington and the future growth in terms of the workforce and the workforce opportunities. So nationally, we are, over the next 10 years, we're looking at having a 2.8% increase. In the state of Washington, the increase in job opportunities will be 12.8%. So we'll be outpacing the nation in terms of the new job opportunities that come to the state of Washington. And a large portion of those, about I think 75% of those, will require some type of post-secondary education. 45% will require a baccalaureate degree or higher. So that's kind of the background in terms of how we're thinking about the North Puget Sound region and the kind of work that we need to do as WSU Everett. And so the title of this slide says Catalyst for Change. It really should say, you know, we're hungry to do this work. That is what WSU Everett really represents. We want to be able to provide that future workforce for the North Puget Sound region. And so you might ask, you know, what are the types of things that we're doing to actually help to fill that gap in terms of post-secondary education? One of the things I want to mention is something that Regent Powell mentioned yesterday, just about the evolution of our system with our newer regional campuses starting off as 2-year only, you know, upper division only. WSU Everett, of course, is upper division only. So a lot of the initiatives we have include our partners with the community colleges. So one of the things that we're working on is what we call our degree partnership program. So essentially what we're doing is we're working with the community colleges to streamline the pathway for students who are interested in staying in the region and getting a baccalaureate degree. So essentially, students can, for instance, start at Everett Community College and Washington State University at the same time. The value of it is that students are able to get advising from both the community college and the four-year kind of overlapping advising. And we have a long-standing agreement with the community colleges that allows them to get financial aid that will cover their coursework both at the community college and at WSU. The reason why we entered this this opportunity or started to develop this degree partnership program is that we found that every year we were getting increasing numbers of students who were applying to WSU Everett as freshmen. And so initially what we would do is refer them to other campuses within the WSU system. But as a access campus, that didn't feel quite right. So we started looking at opportunities to actually engage those students and find ways for us to say yes, as opposed to send them on. And so we actually found this program that Oregon State University, their Cascadia campus, had implemented. And so that's how we came about this degree partnership program. And we plan to continue to grow it. We also plan to work with Edmonds College. They're interested in doing some stuff with international students, and Shoreline College, and then also Skagit Valley College. So excellent program and opportunity. Something else that we're working on now is a transfer tool. We're working with the Washington Student Achievement Council, WASAC, down in Olympia. They have contracted with a group called Ithaca out of upstate New York. It's a nonprofit organization that's developed this transfer tool, and they received this grant to begin to beta test this transfer tool. So they chose several states to work with. Washington is one of them. And so the Washington Student Achievement Council put out a call for four-year institutions to beta test this new tool. We're, 98% transfer students. So we raised our hand. Our Director of Admissions and Recruitment, Alex Taddeo, is leading this charge. And so essentially, this transfer tool will allow students to access this database, and they'll be able to say, okay, I'm at Everett Community College. I want to transfer to Washington State University Everett, and I want to get a degree in mechanical engineering. And so essentially what it'll do is it'll tell them the equivalencies at the community college that they need to take that will then allow them to enter into the mechanical engineering degree at Everett Community at WSU Everett, and then tell them the grade point requirements and that type of thing. So we're working with Shoreline Community College at this time, and this is the first phase. And the second and third phase will add additional community colleges, additional four-year institution, and we'll be able to enter their information into this database, and then continue to test with students and see the value that they're getting from that. But it has the potential to not only be a valuable tool for all the community and technical colleges in the state, but also for Washington State University as a system as we continue to work to grow our transfer student population. A program that originated at WSU Everett that we continue to put forward for the community to help to grow this culture around college going, of course, but also STEM is Girls Explore STEM. It's a program that brings girls from middle school and high school to WSU Everett, and they get a chance to learn about STEM opportunities, everything from medical school to data analytics, and with cybersecurity and computer science in between. And so it's just a really good community event. In fact, this is the 4th year that we've run it. So we do it in fall and spring. We had our most recent one was this past Saturday, and we had about 90, or actually over 90 participants. Parents come, that type of thing. It's just a great community event. And again, creating that groundswell around STEM and college going. So just a great opportunity. We've also introduced our new MESA program, our Math, Engineering, and Science Achievement Program. And we just hired Rick Flores this past spring. We already have students who are participating in our MESA program. And so essentially MESA, Math, Engineering, and Science Achievement, is a program that supports students from underserved populations who are in STEM related fields. And so that it's just an added level of support for our student population, which is very important. The other important thing is that MESA is an excellent community because there's MESA programs around the state of Washington. Washington Mesa is actually housed at University of Washington. But for instance, every community college has a MESA program. Edmonds Community College has a MESA program. So there's a good network for our students. And the other piece is that our students from underserved populations can get a sense of the opportunities at WSU Everett very early on. So just an excellent program. The last thing I want to mention is in a little different vein, but I think it's important that I mention this particular program. And I know Matt McGinn, our president of our ASWSU will mention this as well. Mental health. I know that Ramondo Nash talked about some of the work that we're doing around the system related to mental health services. At WSU Everett, we were contracting with a mental health professional in downtown Everett, and that worked out well for our student population. What we've done more recently is we've entered a contract with a group called Timely Care, and it's an online mental health service provider. And the real value of Timely Care is that students have access to this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so that's something that we felt would be very important for our student population. So we just entered the contract, and so we've just implemented it this semester. So we're collecting data on usage. We're also going to be collecting data on effectiveness. And so in the spring, we'll have more information to be able to present to you, because I think it could be an opportunity for WSU as a system. Let's see the slide here. So the North Puget Sound region is growing with respect to its industry participation. And I just want to give a little bit of credit to the leaders throughout the North Puget Sound region, the communities throughout the North Puget Sound region, and their push to have a university that would help, would provide their citizens with the type of education that would allow them to access the high skilled, high wage employment that was coming about within the region. Of course, we know that Boeing is there, Boeing supply chain, but they also had the foresight to know that there would be additional industries that would develop in the North Puget Sound region. And so when they were looking for a university, they were looking for specific things. They were looking for a university that would provide the type of degree programs that would be flush with their focus on economic development. They wanted a research university that would be able to help with the type of innovation that would come about and also to support the types of business and industry that would emerge. And again, they have foresight and that is coming to fruition. One of the things I want to point out is the Sustainable Aviation Fuels Research Center that is actually headed up by Josh Hain from our Tri-Cities campus. Josh is one of the foremost researchers on sustainable aviation fuels, and he and Chancellor Chancellor Haynes they have been working diligently with Snohomish County to set up this Sustainable Aviation Fuels Research Center on Payne Field, and they've just been doing outstanding work. And so it's great to have them in the North Puget Sound region, and there's going to be a lot of benefit that comes from that. I think one of the things that's really important for WSU Everett is that we're looking forward to the development of this research center because we think there's going to be a lot of opportunities for our students to gain additional knowledge on sustainable aviation fuels. A lot of opportunity for our faculty members to gain additional knowledge. So we're really looking forward to the fruits that come from this new center. In addition, I think moving forward in the future, WSU Everett will be able to help to develop the type of workforce that could support the ecosystem that will develop around this research center. So we're excited about that. I have to mention fusion energy. In Everett, we have two fusion energy businesses, Zap Energy, Helion. These are businesses that have hundreds of millions of dollars of investment in them, in this particular technology. And we at WSU Everett have been able to become a part of this ecosystem as well. The Seattle Clean Tech Alliance, they have Fusion Week. It's actually 2 days. One day is in Everett. And so for the past 3 years, we have hosted them on our campus. And so it's bringing us in to this fusion energy kind of ecosystem. And I have to say, what we've learned is that, Zap Energy and Helion, they're businesses. And so they need mechanical engineers, they need electrical engineers, they need business people. Now, of course, they need physicists, that's for sure. And but we have the Pullman campus. And in fact, last year, they had a panel discussion and they asked us if there was someone we could recommend to be on this panel. So I got on the phone with Chris Keene, who's a physicist, and I said, hey, they need a panel member for this discussion that they're going to have. And so Chris came on over to the West Side, and I know he's already developed his own relationships with both Helion and Zap Energy, but it's a good opportunity for WSU Everett, and it speaks to the types of things that are developing up in the North Puget Sound region. I want to mention Zero Avia. It's a company that's developing hydrogen engines for aircraft. We just met with their HR director and their chief engineer. They stopped by WSU Everett. So we're talking about internships. We're talking about capstone projects. We're talking about having their engineers teach some classes. And so good opportunity there. I also want to mention Eviation and Magnix. They're developing electric commuter aircraft. So just a ton of things that are happening. These are just some of the things that are happening in the North Puget Sound region. And I want to mention this because there is a transition that's happening there. Most of us who are from the state of Washington know that when you think of Everett, when you have thought about Everett, it's kind of a smokestack mill town, and that has really changed drastically. And so I think WSU Everett is poised to continue to support the type of workforce that's needed within the North Puget Sound region. I will say that we do need to continue to expand the type of degree program offerings that we have at WSU Everett. Kind of hesitate to talk about this, especially with the governor's announcement of a $10 billion deficit. At the same time, you know, we're trying to find creative ways to offer new degree programs. For instance, we just put a notice of intent out for a computer engineering program because we have a lot of the base courses already through our software engineering program, our cybersecurity program, and then our electrical engineering program. So we have a base there, and with the addition of a course or two, we can get the computer engineering program, and then we're also thinking about computer science. So those are the types of things that we're thinking about. Some of the top tier programs that we're thinking about, supply chain management, of course, that comes from the College of Business. So we have a core, some of the core there. Materials engineering. I hesitate to say something like chemical engineering because that would be a heavier lift.
Don't hesitate to say that.
I knew Kurt would disagree. It'd just be a heavier lift for us to get there. A materials engineering, of course, relates to mechanical, but at some point in time, chemical would be good. And then
way down the road.
No, not too far. And something like industrial manufacturing or something like industrial engineering or manufacturing engineering. The programs like that would work well with WSU Everett, and that's kind of the top tier of programs that we're looking at. We're looking at many more programs that we would need at WSU Everett to both serve the business and industry, and then also the community. So just in closing, I just want to say that moving forward, I think WSU Everett, one of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to talk about some of our researchers, but that was going to take too long. Some of the research that our faculty members are doing, but what I'd like to do at some point in time is maybe have a panel because they're doing some really, really interesting stuff. But what I will say is that I think WSU Everett has an opportunity to do some things in applied research moving forward. And I just want to thank Regent Ramos for pointing us to the Oregon Institute of Technology because they have an Oregon Manufacturing Innovation Center for Research and Development, OMIC R&D, and which is very interesting. I think is something that fits very well with WSU Everett and where it's positioned as we look into the future. And what they do is they work directly with manufacturers and they help them. They have faculty and students who help them with their processes and their products, and also just with whatever training challenges they have. And I can see WSU Everett moving into being that type of institution or having that type of a center. So that's something that I think is important. Just two things I want to mention. We've been fortunate in that we've had some investment from a donor that is allowing us to offer some undergraduate research. And so we have undergraduate students working with our faculty members, and it's giving them both a boost. Our students are able to improve their portfolios as they look at moving into the workforce, and then also if they're thinking about graduate school. And then our faculty members who are primarily teaching faculty, you know, they all have research agendas, but they're really immersed in teaching. So this gives them an opportunity to re-energize some of their research, not in a big way, but in a way that will enhance some of their teaching. So that's something that's important. And then finally, we're developing a tech industry advisory council we have our overarching advisory council that we staff. And it does a good job in giving us that kind of broad view of things. But this tech industry advisory council will actually help us to integrate the academic side with business and industry. We want to make that wall that's between academics and business and industry more porous. We want that interaction with them, and we're hoping that this advisory council is going to do that. So with that, I'll close and just say thank you.
I have lots of questions.
Okay.
That's right, but I will keep it simple.
Okay.
First of all, just for everybody, the Oregon Manufacturing Institute for Advanced Manufacturing is something that I know I personally seeded in 2016, 2017. And so I've seen the evolution of that, but also to connect it to the work we've done in United Kingdom, the work we've done in India. It has a broader network. So, just think of that for a second. The global network that portal presents is now a magnet for potential manufacturing operations that we're trying to attract there. So that's my side job outside of here. It's not a job, it's another volunteer opportunity.
You get to do.
Yeah, I get to do. It's awesome. But how about our veteran network? When you think about the military operations in Everett and how you connect STEM, connect, transfers and just that community, do you feel like that's an opportunity for us as well?
Yeah, I think it's a huge opportunity, especially for WSU Everett with Naval Station Everett. And we haven't reestablished those relationships yet, but that's one that we really have to work on. We do have, I think, 19 veteran students this semester, which is, with our numbers, that's a hefty portion, probably about 8 or 9%. So our veteran population is increasing. We have a person that supports our veteran students. We just have to do a little more outreach to the veteran population. That is definitely an opportunity.
Good report.
Oh, thank you.
Great report. How many students are enrolled right now at Everett?
We have 237, I believe.
And you're expecting a big jump?
So I think last week our applications were at about 140% of last year. So we don't know how that's gonna actually play out in terms of enrollments, but our numbers are spiked.
What would you say that's about?
I would say it's Seattle. I think that, well, it says that Everett does have notice in the broader Puget Sound region. People recognize Everett. We did a blitz of recruitment efforts during that week. And so it just says that when people in the Puget Sound region, when they see Everett, they say, "Oh, I'll check that box and I'll look at them." We'll have to see how that actually pans out, because again, it's all about the funnel, and how many students actually are, upper division only, how many students are looking to go to a school that has, 9 academic programs. Are they interested in that specific program? So that our funnel gets slim very quickly. But that's why we've implemented this degree partnership program, because we want to be able to capture freshmen. And the deal, though, is that they've got to want to go to the community college. Yeah. Now, it doesn't matter what community college they go to, because we can work out that arrangement with pretty much any community college,
But
but.
most is Everett.
What's that?
Most of them.
Mostly Everett.
Yeah.
Yeah.
like you're still bouncing back from the COVID. Or,
I think that we're getting there. I think that we're getting there. I mentioned we're at about 237 students. We were right at 291, almost 300 students in COVID. So we're climbing. We're climbing out of it. I feel that, you know, students love to be on location. Students aren't clamoring to be online. Students want to be in the building. I feel like we are definitely coming out of COVID in that way in terms of the social aspects of campus. Yes.
How has the community college done as far as enrollment, or have they come back up?
They were up 4% this past fall. Up until this point, they had been struggling. Even with them struggling, our numbers actually have been coming up for 2.5 years. We had a bump in our spring enrollment, and then last fall, and then now this fall. And even without their numbers being up, our numbers have been coming up. But I have to say that Everett Community College is looking pretty lively, a lot of cars in the parking lots. They did struggle with having faculty members actually come back, but I think they've even settled some of that. And this past fall, they were up 4%. So that bodes well for us too. Yeah. And then so I mentioned this degree partnership program that we're working on with them. We're also working on this Aspen Institute transfer intensive. And so actually Mel's campus actually entered this. So Aspen sponsors this transfer intensive where they bring together four-year institution and community college, and they work on creating that kind of seamless transfer. So we've been working on that with them. Hasn't been the smoothest, but it's allowing us to really come together, and like this DPP program that we have and other kind of concerns with the transition. It gives us a chance to really talk it through, work some of these things out. So that's really good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention one last thing on industrial engineering.
Yes.
That's a huge opportunity, and I don't know if you're familiar with the supply chain needs for industrial engineers. And as you think about the nationalization or the insourcing of manufacturing, workflow management is a huge gap in a lot of our supply chain. And it might be a business opportunity, and it's often not a discipline that we talk about. So I'm actually excited about industrial engineering, what you're doing there.
Okay, so with industrial engineering and supply chain, do you think that?
Oh, there's synergy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Excellent. Okay, definitely.
Sorry, Regent Vogel and then Regent Dickinson.
I just had a couple comments. I think that was a great presentation. I wanted to say I'm particularly excited about the Girls in STEM community events that you guys are doing, because I think so often people graduate high school and there's like a few main majors that they hear about all the time. And so I think it's so great that you're not only introducing those, young girls to these majors, but also giving them maybe a little bit of taste of what it would be like to study, because I mean, I changed my major 4 or 5 times in my undergrad, and that's not unusual. So I think that's awesome. And then I also just wanted to say that I got the chance to visit the Everett campus as part of an SGC meeting about a month ago, and I was incredibly impressed by the campus and the facilities and everything that's going on there. And I just think that the rest of the system could take note on that great connection and pipeline between the community colleges in Everett, and also the connection between graduating Everett and, landing a good job in industry. So.
Definitely. Now, I think this transfer tool that we're helping to develop, I think that'll be a real advantage for WSU as a system.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was just gonna say, kudos to you on this kind of pathway that you're working with the community colleges on. I believe that potentially Everett could be an interesting alternative, if you will, or, the, around the discussion of the cost of higher education, right?
Yeah.
And how do we use you and your campus as a tool? Because as, you know, we listen to these amazing students who talk about the cost of, you know, increasing a four-year degree. There are some students that, you know, as much as they need to be and want to be at a four-year institution, if they can't meet their basic needs right now, it's tough to be able to be having Washington State University figure out how to subsidize all 4 years on behalf of those students. And so I feel like this is a really interesting pathway, especially if you can expand that with these other community colleges that you're referring to. It's a really unique modification that perhaps we could, you know, spend some time thinking about how we invest in that and double down and trying to help you build those partnerships.
That's true. We're access, affordability, and innovative model. That's who we are.
You kind of get that first 2 years and then you can get this immediate pathway, and with the one accreditation and the single degree, it's an answer to some financial challenges that perhaps many people will face.
No, I agree. Yeah, we definitely an affordability model.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we are running about 10 minutes behind. I think this presentation was really helpful. I was gonna make a similar comment that you made, Cassandra. One of the things that I love about hearing from each campus every year, throughout our meeting sequence, is the uniqueness of each community. And I think you have a lot of really cool things happening in Everett, but from my professional background, the nexus between our Murrow Communication School with your technical emphasis, particularly around STEM, is just really incredible, because I hope that everyone understands the importance of communicating out the technical work that folks are doing, and you have made that happen at Everett. And so it is a model that I'd love to see in other places replicated in the same successful way that it is in Everett. So well done.
No, it's true. And, you know, these businesses, they may be technical, but they're businesses, so they have communicators there. And a lot of our students end up at, you know, aviation technical services, Boeing, you know, places like that. So.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, there's a request for a break, so we are going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at, actually, I'm gonna give you a little longer, we'll be back at 11:30, so ready to go. Thank you all. All right. Well, welcome back. We took a little bit longer break, but I will guarantee you that's our last break. We're going to continue to move forward through our shared governance reports and our action items. So we'll go ahead and get started by first asking our Faculty Senate Chair, Tracy Klein, to join us virtually. So move out of the way and look forward to hearing from Tracy. Tracy,
Not on virtual.
okay, all right. Could you let me know when Tracy does sign up?
I'll let you know.
Okay, she's probably like, are they getting done with that break? Let's move forward with our Administrative Professional Advisory Council Chair, Tony Burke. Hi, Tony, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Chairwoman Shower. I appreciate the invitation. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I do appreciate the opportunity to be here in Zoom today. So just wanted to give you an update since I last met with you all a couple of months ago. Sort of what we've been up to, what we've got going on. We did kick off the fall fairly strong. In September, it was our first meeting, and we had welcome and introductions and presentations from various committees on the council. In October, we were Anne Monroe's first open enrollment benefits presentation, so we got to be the guinea pigs for her presentation and ask some questions, and it was nice to have a head start on that, knowing of some of the upcoming changes to our insurance benefits. And then just earlier this week on Tuesday, for our November meeting, we met with Greg Miniger from the Washington State Productivity Board about an employee incentive program that is available for state employees. And basically, if you can find, which WSU is a participant in, and it's if you can find efficiencies, cost savings, new opportunities for revenue, those types of things, and there are incentive programs for employees that can, they can be substantial, up to $10,000, I believe, depending on the scope of what you find. So it was good to learn about that program, and we look forward to hearing, ways that WSU can participate further in that program. Coming up next week is actually one of, I think, the biggest blessing that we have the opportunity to do. It's my favorite part of being on APAC as an executive leader, and that is we get to meet in a fairly informal setting with top WSU leadership. And this is an opportunity for us. I really appreciate Zoom in this regard, because sitting up in Leidy or sitting in the Cub or sitting somewhere in a big corporate type informal or formal space, I should say, feels kind of cold. This is, we're all boxes on a screen, and we can just have conversations about some of the issues that are impacting us. And get to have a conversation with President Schultz and Provost Riley Tillman and chiefs of staff and Director Jennifer from HR, just about some of the questions our constituents are bringing to us that we would like to try to be more proactive and engaged in finding solutions to issues that are out there. So we really look forward to that. And like I said, with Zoom, President Schultz may be traveling somewhere, but we've met with him from a hotel room, and having that, whereas normally it would have been, sorry, I'm not in Pullman, we'll find a time. So we're just really fortunate to have that opportunity. I think it was last month we participated in the interviews for one of the university ombudsman positions, which we're fortunate to be grateful to be part of that process. And it also helped identify ways that we could maybe make the office of the ombudsman a little more well-known to certain to other branches at WSU, because, I fully admitted that in my time at WSU, I've been here 13 years. Probably the first 10 of those, I'd never heard the term ombudsman before, let alone know what they were or how they could help. And so we're actually scheduling a presentation with the ombudsman to come and present to us so that our constituents can be more aware of how they can help out. And then we've had our professional development and events committee has been super busy. We used to do a yearly photo competition, and that expanded to be a monthly competition where we pick a theme each month, and then we have a winner for each month, and then they'll be entered into an overall prize when we do our AP awards in the spring. We did some recruiting and awareness events over the last couple of weeks on our various campuses. I participated in the one in Pullman where we served Ferdinand's ice cream to folks over in French Ad. It worked out that it was the same day as the benefits fair, so we caught people coming and going from the benefits fair, and were able to engage with, I think we had about 80 people stop by, and we're able to talk to them. And we're always seeking out monthly speakers, presentations, things that we can bring to constituents, discussions with university leadership. I would always offer an invitation to, if anyone from the Board of Regents would like to come and meet with the AP body at WSU, we'd always love to have you. And just, try to learn and grow and learn about different opportunities and keep dialogue channels moving. So it's a rewarding aspect of being part of the AP, the APAC group. That's all I have, unless anybody has any questions for me.
Thank you, Tony. Any questions from the board? Okay, I will take you up on that, and I'd love to meet and visit with the APAC group. So
Awesome.
we'll coordinate a time. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you.
All right. It sounds like we have our Faculty Senate Chair, Tracy Klein, that is with us. Hi, Tracy.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Excellent, thank you. I excuse my organizational process here. So I came back to my hotel room just a couple minutes ago. I am on the Everett campus for our periodic Senate campus visits. So this is my second day meeting with faculty, meeting with staff, meeting with administration, talking about different issues that are important to all three. We also conducted a Senate meeting from the Everett campus yesterday. So one of the things that we hear consistently is the interest and engagement in really bringing the Senate forward to systems level thinking. And I believe that we are achieving that. We have two new committees that have been approved by the Senate. And you can see on this slide, one is the International Affairs Committee. For those of you who had any free time at all to look at the Senate meeting yesterday, you can see that we did approve the University of Nairobi proposal for the PhD program there. And in the future, the International Committee is comprised of faculty who have a lot of interest and engagement in furthering WSU's ability to teach internationally. It's not just about bringing students here, it's about us going and enriching the experience at other universities. So we have several faculty members that have volunteered, but we also will be seeking new members for that committee. The Faculty Compensation Committee is what it sounds like. It's focusing primarily on issues of faculty compensation. That doesn't just mean salary, though. That has a number of different aspects involved in it. We expect that committee will be comprised of members, including those who were part of an ad hoc committee last year. Some of those members will carry forward, and we will seek new members as well. We've also been engaging in meetings with Doug Call and his office to talk a little bit about how faculty salary both is developed and evaluated, and also the challenges. And we've also discussed this with Leslie Brunelli of looking comparatively at WSU as a state institution with other institutions. part of what we've also heard in the past and was demonstrated in the coach survey is that communication is kind of the key to all of this, communication in as well as communication out. We've tried to both continuously update our website, make it informative, and create ways that faculty can give us feedback, not just in our Senate meetings or through the faculty governance, but also through things like the faculty forum, which I've pictured here. You can see that we put a red button when there's been a response. So we've endeavored to respond quickly to comments on the faculty forum. They aren't always issues that can be addressed by the Senate, but one of the things that we can do is facilitate understanding in terms of where that issue might go and who might address it. So I think we've been doing a pretty good job keeping up with that. We also have something on our website that just was very recently passed and approved by the Senate, which required a bylaws change to allow a little bit more clarity on the process for motions. I will say that there's still a lot of work that we need to do on that because making motions and following Robert's Rules of Order doesn't come naturally to a lot of faculty unless they've had involvement for years in committees that use these processes. So we're trying to provide ways that this can be done both during the Senate meeting, but also between Senate meetings and steering committee meetings by using a form that's available on our online on our website, where we can work with people on shaping a motion that's actually informative and actionable. I think those are the primary updates that I have for you, but I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions for Tracy? Okay, I am excited to hear about your across the state visits because I think those are really important, and appreciate you being in Everett. We have Everett, part of Everett here with our chancellor and student government president. So glad to see that you're making your way through the state. I also just wanted to mention that I appreciated the update around the international programs. I know that was an area you had hoped to focus on, and that's a pretty exciting achievement to have that PhD program approved through the Senate. So great work. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, and thank you for your work as well.
All right, let's go ahead and hear from Associated Students of WSU for Everett President Matt McGinn, who is here with us in person.
On behalf of us mechanical engineers printed our statue, you're all welcome.
Oh,
That's all I could get spit out in time to leave and get here. If you guys want one, you can reach out. I'll print more and get them in the mail for you.
I did happen to mention that I did see President Schultz had one sitting waiting for him. I was like, I don't know what you did for that.
So he
That's
recently
pretty
did a
awesome.
podcast with my neighbor about camping.
Oh,
And I wanted to make
really?
sure he had one to Velcro to the dashboard of his camper.
So great. You want to see a picture of that, so. Welcome, Matt.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Matt McGinn. I'm in my senior year of a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering and this year's ASW SUE student body president. I come from a long lineage of farmers, mechanics, Boeing plane builders, and truck drivers. And after 20 years of doing a variety of blue collar jobs myself, I am about to be the first to complete a degree in higher education. As a first gen college student, I hope to provide a better future for me, my incredible wife, and set an example for our two amazing daughters, that you're never too old to change your mind and pick a new path in life. Becoming part of the Cougar family wasn't a question when I decided to go back to school. It was the only path I envisioned as I lived less than a mile from our Everett campus. I knew the path to go from Everett Community College to Washington State University through their direct transfer agreement. My path to becoming a student body president was not so clearly defined, but is related to how I often find myself in the position of advocating for those who don't know how to advocate for themselves, usually resulting in me standing side by side with individuals or groups of students and help be the voice they haven't learned to have yet. Before I was the student body president, I spoke on behalf of the students and communicated to the WSU staff about issues that needed attention. Our voices were heard, and change was implemented to things that had unfortunately been neglected during the pandemic. This was the beginning of our now recurring student listening sessions, and they are a collaboration between ASW SUE and our Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs, Dr. Jacob Murray. Students have the opportunity to bring thoughts or concerns to the staff's attention in a safe and discreet atmosphere, where many of us learned that when it comes to academia, no feedback should be concerning feedback. Since then, our campus has now brought more resources to our students, such as access to counseling, attention on mental health of themselves and their peers, guest lectures to teach us how to appropriately address those in need or in crisis, creating a buddy day for new incoming students to be paired with a senior student as a resource for questions. We are hosting our first Fluke Day, where Fluke Electronics will see students demonstrate their acquired skills in our exceptional labs and have a chance to network with the industry professionals. We're strengthening our collaborative efforts with the nearby community colleges, an experience unique to the Everett campus that pioneered and inspired NREL to update their collegiate win competition guidelines, thus inspiring colleges throughout the country to follow our example. Our business program has grown 200% this year. Our overall enrollment is recovering from the pandemic across the board. Our students will often say the staff feels more like their friends, the campus feels like a home, and they get a strong sense of community they never anticipated they'd get from a school. Not every campus can say it's shaped by its students, but each of us at Everett, each Everett student can say we take part in shaping our campus, and we're proud of it. Thank you for your time. Go Cougs.
I'd like to applaud.
Yeah.
To answer questions.
What inspired you to go back?
What inspired me to go back? There is ample opportunity to grow in industry in the Everett area with a bachelor's degree. And honestly, after becoming a dad is what compelled me to open those doors. It's easy to be content when it's just you. It's less simple when you have a family to raise. So that was my inspiration.
For you?
Any other comments or questions? Regent Cernan?
Yeah, I was just wondering, tell me more about what you're majoring in and.
Mechanical engineering.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so tell us about these, the creation of.
I made these in the Mesa Center last night while I was doing homework with friends on our 3D printer. And it is admittedly a downloaded model of the statue. I didn't have time to model it myself, but I couldn't tell you what scale it is. It's some huge fraction, I'm sure, but these kicked out at about 9:30 last night. So in my pajamas and a raincoat, I ran back to campus real fast and picked these up before they locked the doors for the night.
Stop you?
They did actually, because I had a beanie and pajamas and I was approached at the door, so like, excuse you. I was like, I'm a student, I'm a student.
Oh, that's great.
You know, I really appreciated your report and all the great information, but one of the things that really struck me was the way you finished and talked about the warm home type environment that you have there, and the students really felt like they were integral to shaping it. So I think that's just a fantastic thing. It's a credit to all of you and a credit to Paul for helping to create such a great environment.
Your brevity, your energy, and presentation skills are much appreciated and how you presented today. So thank you.
I'm not a public speaker. I was a
Well,
little.
you're a natural.
No, you did well.
You are a natural.
You're curious, you know, you're out there, you're a dad, you're older. And when you look.
Do I look?
You're more mature.
A little gray in there.
When you look around the room, when you're in class, what's that look like? Is it younger, older?
Both. I'm probably on the upper side of the average age of our campus, but I don't feel out of place. It's kind of a funny experience because I am older than one of my professors. So that's just the experience I have. But it gives me a unique perspective and a really solid footing for people that struggle with wanting to continue, because school gets really hard. And some people err towards, I really want to drop out, I don't think I want to do this, or I want to get a different degree. And I just always assure them, you'll never meet somebody who will be 40 when they graduate doing this for nothing. So just keep going. And that's really resonated with them. And it's been really, really powerful.
You're a mentor as well.
I try. I try.
Sorry, I was so excited to hear you, but I might have missed what's around the corner. What are your aspirations to apply your ME degree?
I had an internship this summer with a company, they're called Pirellian. They're newer, they're 4 years old. They actually reached out to me because I worked with them as a machinist for 7 years at Electro Impact in Mukilteo. I was a machinist for 15 years. I was an engineering technician for a year and a half. So that's been a good connection. I'm actually meeting with the head of mechanical engineering of McKinstry after this, who happens to be the dad of one of the parents that my kids go to school with their kids. And we met at a barbecue function 2 weeks ago. And when he said what he did, I was like, oh my gosh, hi, I'm a mechanical engineering student and student body president. Can we talk again? So we've arranged that, and I have made it clear that I want to connect other students with him too, not just me. So I'm furthering that net. And I brought some business cards from campus for people that he should connect with to further our own campus expansion beyond when I'm gone.
First of all, congratulations. I know Electro Impact quite well, and they're very selective at only MIT bachelor MIT educated people. You spending time there is a huge compliment to your talents. So congratulations.
It challenged me in ways I never thought possible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good for you.
I think that you represent what we hope to see at Washington State University, which is access to education wherever you are, whenever you're ready. And so I just really appreciate you being with us here today.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Congratulations on what you've already achieved. I think you're accessing your social capital right now by being at barbecues and being ready to hand out a business card.
Yes.
And I think that Everett and WSU as a community is benefiting from your leadership. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have our Graduate Professional Student Association President, AJ Garland. Are you on? You are. Hi, AJ. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to share the report from Graduate and Professional Student Association. This has been a productive year and a productive semester working alongside with ASWSU Pullman. And currently we are wrapping up our semester. And these are a few of the initiatives that we took throughout this fall semester, and a few of them are yet to come. So first, we have our Professional Development Initiative. This is a joint collaboration between WSU Graduate School and our GPSA. The main idea of PDI is to develop skill for the students outside of the classroom, because as most of the students are in their career path, it's crucial for them to develop their professional skills. So we arrange many events, for example, formatting thesis, because thesis is a part of the PhD dissertation part, and how to write their thesis, it's like crucial for the students. We also host events like CV, how to build their resume, and also how to write like graduate level writing, the art of critic. And next we have our social events. Recently we organized Halloween party at HC Bravo, and also to support our local businesses, we hosted regularly we host restaurant Fridays, and recently we hosted our event at Mela. It's a Bangladeshi cuisine, a local restaurant in our Pullman. And also we hosted in Portslight Pizza, where we give incentive to students to come to visit local restaurant, and they will get free food from GPSA. And recently, along with ASWSU Pullman, we hosted a food drive event in our Pullman community, and we were managed to collect over 200 pounds of non-perishable food from the local community that we donated to our Cougar Food Pantry, where students can access free food anytime. Our next event, we are going to host our Friendsgiving for the student who will not be able to go home during the Thanksgiving break, because many of the graduate students, we have international student population, and also many students stay in Pullman during the holiday because of their lab work or their research work. So that's why Friendsgiving is one of our crucial events that we are going to host next Wednesday. Next, our legislative affair. This year was the presidential election year, so that's why we were busy on our legislative work, collaborating with ASWSU. We hosted multiple events on our campus for voter registration. Many of the students, they will be voting for the first time, and they don't know how to register or how to process go through all the process. So we hosted information event and also help students to register for their votes. Our Cook Day at the Capitol, which is our yearly visit to the Olympia to meet with the legislature to advocate for the higher education, is coming up. And it is scheduled for January 27th, 2025, where approximately 100 WSU students will visit to Capitol, and we will meet more than 50 legislature, and we will advocate for our higher education. On the university level, we are advocating for a March bus route, because many of the graduate students in our survey, they actually showed interest that if we combine our apartment land and campus route together, it will be beneficial for them. But for this piece of the part, we need to work with WSU as well as local city council. So recently, our Vice President of Legislative Affairs and myself, we visited our local city council because they were having their budget presentation, and in the city level, we advocate for this March bus route. And at the end, the financial support to our many registered student organizations, GPSA as the largest body for the graduate student, we also support more than 40 registered student organizations on campus. And they can be ranged from many of the international student group, small sports group. The main source of their funding is GPSA. We provide $2,500 per year to those groups to support their activities. And then for our graduate student, we are processing our travel grant applications for them. Many students, they visit different conferences to present their research, and GPSA help them with their travel. But to do that, we need to go through a very rigorous and lengthy process to select them, and this process is ongoing. And with that said, I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, AJ. Any questions or comments from the board? In addition to the good work that you're doing on behalf of the Graduate Professional Student Association, I just wanted to also add my thanks for your active participation in the Presidential Search Advisory Committee. So thank you for your work there as well.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to move over to our advancement and foundation team. So I'd like to invite Vice President for Advancement and CEO Mike Connell to provide the report for advancement, which encompasses the Foundation and Alumni Association.
Good afternoon. As you guys know, it is always an honor for me to be here, and I have the great privilege to represent the Alumni Association. Regent Shower, thank you so much for inviting me today. Many of you were involved in the presentation of the Regents Distinguished Alumni Award to Jamie Kern Lima during Apple Cup, whose inspiring journey embodies the spirit of our university. In addition to this prestigious award, the Alumni Association administers a diverse range of honors to celebrate our alums and our friends. Award selection is led by our wonderful volunteers. A few awards include our Outstanding Volunteer, Outstanding Student, Honorary Alumni, Recent Grad Service, and Adopted Cougar Awards. We are particularly eager for nominations for the Cougar Pride and Alumni Achievement Awards. Since the award program's inception, we have awarded over 2,100 accolades to deserving Cougs and friends. Like the homecoming football game versus Hawaii, our homecoming traditions at the Alumni Association and the Alumni Association Fall Board meeting were a tremendous success. We instituted a new webpage which featured all of WSU's homecoming activities across the system, so that alumni and friends could locate everything happening all at the same place instead of having to go hunt for them. And we're very, very proud of that. The pep rally was incredible. Thank you to many of you who attended. We appreciated all of the student energy that was there and especially their input into the success of that event. We had over 600 attendees, and that's up from 450 last year. Yes. Very exciting. And then on Saturday morning, the Lewis Alumni Center welcomed guests during our Crimson and Gay gathering before the game that featured a DJ, food, photos, and games. Throughout that weekend, we engaged over 1,000 Cougs, and we are truly committed to delivering an enhanced experience for everyone. Our board meeting reaffirmed board priorities for the year and provided updates from university leadership and volunteers alike. Thank you to President Schultz for attending. We very much always appreciate him taking the time to speak with us. So speaking of football, since you may not be able to travel to New Mexico tomorrow to watch the game, I hope you'll consider attending a watch party powered by BECU at some location across the country. Our volunteers nationwide make this an amazing experience for all. And we've already hosted over 500 this season, engaging Cougs of all ages. The Women's Leadership Summit is back. Please mark your calendars for March 14th at 1 p.m. Pacific for this engaging online program. This year themed around successful women navigating historically male-dominated professions. Now I'm excited that you are the first to know that the Tri-Cities Winery Bernard Griffin will produce Cougar 12 of the Cougar Collectors Series, which will be released this summer of 2025. And if you have not yet picked up your Cougar 11 from Wit Sellers, it is selling fast. You can find it at retailers, including the Brownsburg WSU Visitor Center and online. It makes a perfect holiday gift besides an Alumni Association membership. So I'd also like to update you on Cougs Connect, our networking platform for all Cougs. Since launching in September, we've had over 600 Cougs sign up. I personally have already used it to make new connections with both alumni and students. I'm also excited to see Coug-owned and Coug-managed businesses populating the online directory. I encourage all Cougs to sign up. It's easy and it's free. I would like to offer a special thank you to student regent Cassandra Vogel for already signing up. Thank you so much. And lastly, we are absolutely thrilled at the success of our inaugural My Story series, which highlights alumni volunteer stories. Our Texas volunteer, Juliana Alvarez, shared her story during Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month. Her video has already received over 2,500 impressions across WSU AA social media channels. We have filmed others and will create a digital archive library to be shared with various audiences and channels throughout the year. A special thanks to Regent Cerna for participating in the series. I would like to end my report by showing you the first video. Be on the lookout for more, including later this month, Native American Heritage Month. After the video, I would love to take your questions. And I believe it's queued up. Okay.
Mi nombre es Juliana Alvarez y soy una Coug. I chose to go to WSU because I knew I wanted to be in architecture and the school was accredited. It was a pretty easy choice after visiting the campus. I was involved with MECHA, CASH Conference, the AIA program for architects, and Builders Without Borders at the time that I was at WSU. I can tell you that while I was participating in all of these clubs, I made a lot of friendships that have actually turned into lifelong friendships. These people became like family. Vamos Cougs!
Perfect. Great. And with that, I would love to take any questions you have. So, any questions?
More of a comment. I just thought that your report was great, and I always appreciate your super enthusiasm. So I think you just represent the Alumni Association so well. I am particularly excited that Bernard Griffin is going to be producing this next Cougar wine because they're right from the Tri-Cities, about 10 minutes from where I live, and I've been one of the member of their wine club for a long time and terrific wine. So it will be exciting to have that.
Thank you for that. That's incredible.
Any other comments?
Well, I think Matt's gonna have to make more of those cougar stuff.
Katie, I know how much time and energy you give to your work, and I just wanna offer my gratitude for the way in which you're leading and igniting Cougar Nation with our alumni. We need our alumni showing up and being present, watching any of our athletic events, showing up for all of the events that support our students. I love the video series. I think that that is just really a big part of what we're trying to achieve, is to tell the story so that others can see themselves here at WSU. So continue with the great work that you're doing. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. We certainly will.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mike, you're up.
Good morning. It's nice to see you. You stole my line. Mike, it says, thank you, Katie, right there. It feels like Katie's on the payroll. I see her more than I see some of our team members. She's ex officio on our board, so she crosses over and was kind enough to join us a few weeks ago. So thank you again, Katie, for all you're doing for us. And thank you again to each of the members of the Board of Regents. Oftentimes, I think people forget that you are volunteering your time, and we're incredibly grateful. There are other ways you could be spending your time, and WSU is incredibly better because of what you're doing for us. So again, today is National Philanthropy Day, and while I tend to think most days of philanthropy being dollars, philanthropy is also volunteerism. And so just a huge thank you on behalf of the Cougar Nation to what you're doing for us. I know normally we don't comment on public comment, but it's just a quick couple of acknowledgements so folks know that we heard and we continue to hear that those involved with Fossil Free USA, or sorry, WSU, the letter they addressed to our chair, John Majay, was received in my office. John was in Pullman, but not in my office when the letter came. We have delivered it to John. Our board met the next day. John shared it with the board. The chair of the investment committee is on the board, and so the investment committee is aware as well. So just so everybody knows, received, and I think it's made it to the right hands. In terms of fundraising, I just want to. I'm going to integrate a couple things here. I know many of you have spent hours and hours and hours on the presidential search. And when I am asked in terms of what I am seeking through my chair, in terms of Kirk's successor, of course, it's important to me, the person to be very committed to our work and advancement in the development space. And it's not often explicit in terms of what that might mean. So if I could just give you a snapshot, there was a day a few weeks ago where Kirk was in Pullman for our board meeting. He then left and went up to Spokane for Cougs first. The next morning, he flew to San Diego and went to a reception at a donor's house. And a number of our donors were at that. Then the next day was game day in San Diego. The following morning, he had coffee in Los Angeles with the CEO of a large corporation, and a WSU grad. From there, he ran up to Santa Barbara to meet with both a prospective donor and a second meeting with the current donor. On to San Francisco, he mentioned earlier some corporate visits. You saw that 4 corporate visits in San Francisco getting on the plane, landing in Spokane at midnight. The next morning, he joined me virtually for a recruitment visit to our board. And then joined Daryl and Nicole for arguably the most important visit we've had around the corporate partnership since Kirk's been here. When I suggest I have high expectations for Kirk's successor in this space, not every week's like that. This is a team sport. 7 people on my team supported Kirk on that trip. There's one Kirk. 7 different people were with him on visits, and yet only one of him. It's a lot of energy. It's contact. With the engagements, Carson, Boylan, Murrow, Pharmacy, Athletics, Vet Med, WSU Spokane. So it's comprehensive. But yes, to be clear, I have high expectations for the work of the search committee and for Kirk's successor. I mentioned earlier, it's today's National Philanthropy Day. While you've been here, your email may have received a video celebrating National Philanthropy Day. It features a number of students and the awe and wonder of the magnitude of support that comes to WSU every year. So I hope you enjoy that. And I'm just incredibly grateful for all of our donor support. I'm really proud of the team for the video that they put together and appreciate the students participating. In terms of philanthropic activity year to date, as of this morning, we're at $31,305,188. That's a lot of money. I don't care where you're from or how you're counting. We're a little behind where I'd like to be, but I'm grateful for every dollar that's come in, and the team continues to work to pursue additional support of WSU. On the endowment side, the September 30 number for the endowment is $756.6 million. That's a high water mark for the combined endowment. As most of you know, the endowment makes distributions every quarter to benefit students, faculty, programming at WSU. It's an important part of what we're trying to accomplish throughout the WSU system. We did push out the WSU Foundation Impact Report a few weeks ago, and I'm happy to send that back out if you haven't seen it. It does provide a good opportunity to highlight some of the impacts of philanthropy across our various campuses, colleges, and units. And there's a number of stories about the transformational impact of philanthropy in the endowment. Earlier, we heard a little bit about the festivities around homecoming and the ribbon cutting for the Taylor Sports Complex. Also had a chance during our board meeting to see the Champion Center in athletics. These facilities, all privately funded. The Taylor Sports Complex, I walked in and I said, well, now we have all the same toys that the cool kids have. I mean, it's the coolest facility. So if you haven't been there, please let us know when you're coming. It really is a message to Cougar Nation, not just the Regents. And the Champions Center Complex is the heart of the not competitive piece of being a student athlete, whether it's a space for advising, mental health and well-being, counseling, studying. If you live far away, stop in there and just studying between your classes. Really grateful for, again, private support, the Pello family, the Christensen family, a number of others. And I know there's a lot of attention on college athletics right now and the funding that comes with it, and this just evolving landscape and how complex it is. And I think the message that our current donors and prospective donors will continue to see, and it's shifting. So it's not, I wouldn't suggest it's permanent, but we've got great facilities, and now it's how do we fund our ongoing operations and activities, and whether that's truly operational dollars, scholarship dollars. We are working with Ann and her team. Adam Ganders leads their development efforts. From Nathan's team, Adam Malcolm on the AG side, trying to figure out where does NIL fit with philanthropy. So this is not something we're standing on the sidelines waiting to see what's going to happen. Our counsel, Terry Kelly, will be in a meeting Monday. We're continuing to try to navigate this space. Ultimately, at WSU, the dollar goes where the donor wants it to go. And so if we just are really passionate that folks have the opportunity to support the elements of the university that matter to them. And again, sometimes that's vet med or pharmacy or business or education, engineering, wherever it may be. For a lot of folks, it's also athletics and athletics. And I understand the importance of everybody continuing to navigate the space, while it does seem like it just continues to be in motion and evolving. I mentioned our board meeting, the WSU Foundation Board of Directors, and I just want to briefly comment on that. One of the things that we tend to relearn every year is the value of putting students in front of engaged volunteers and donors. We had 5 students who participated in undergraduate research present to our board. I remember being a freshman at Washington State trying to figure out where Murrow was, the building. Okay. That was my challenge as a freshman. And the students that presented, it felt like they're splitting the atom. I mean, I don't know where we found these kids, and I don't know how they do this. They're all like that. Thank you. Yeah, the evolution of the undergraduate. So they are so impressive, and we might have recorded that, and if we did, I'll push it out to you, the regent body, so you can see it. It was so fascinating, but we also had, you know, a variety of deans who had a chance to present to our board. We heard from Courtney at CAS, we heard from Partha, we heard from Deb from business. Dave Soleil made an appearance at the board in his capacity with the student chancellor. The new provost had a chance to present. So again, it's the full integration of Washington State University and making sure folks are exposed to opportunities that philanthropy can change lives for students at Washington State. And just incredibly grateful for what has happened and what we continue to shoot for, and the role philanthropy can play in every aspect of WSU achieving its aspirations. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Madam Chair, and again, thank you. Any questions?
First, Mike, good report, great report, and thank you and your staff. It's philanthropy, day of philanthropy, and you all chose philanthropy as your profession. And I was in your office or your workplace a couple weeks ago and had a chance to sit down with Nikki Winfrey and hear her story, what brought her to work there. And she couldn't have been, she embodies to me what it's all about, both what she was doing and what role she was in, and just being a big fan of Washington State. So all good. I have a question regarding the endowment and the income. And I suspect I know the answer to this, but I just have to make sure. Most 90+% of your gifts are restricted. Some are not. So of that income off the corpus, do you have available funds for what you described as operations? It's your call.
I appreciate the question. You used the number 90%, Doug, and I'll get the number, excuse me, Regent. I think it's grossly in excess of 97 or 90. And so the way we've built the processes at WSU and sitting down with the donor and talking to them about setting up an endowment, what is it you, Judy, as a donor, what is it you, would like to support with your endowment? And so, yes, more than 90, 95, 98% distribute funds that are restricted, consistent with the agreement we signed. And so I'll get you the number. It is to scale, it's de minimis. So there is just not discretionary money as a general statement at WSU that comes out of the endowment. There may be a little bit, and I mean in the thousands, maybe tens of thousands if you bundle Kirk and I together, but it's
No unrestricted.
virtually.
Got it.
Yeah. Good question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions?
I know, I'm sure you all are working on a lot. I know you are. I was just wondering if you have any update on the status of the ESG fund.
The investment committee meets, I'm gonna say December, very generally, and it is on our agenda to figure out how we would go about working with an outside partner, that's Mercer, to say we've got a donor who's interested in setting up an endowment, but they prefer that it not be in certain investment classes. So working with them to find something that I would, and I'm just gonna make things up here, ESG 80+ or ESG, green or whatever, but whatever that is, to be able to say, we just want something. Thank you for your $1 million endowment commitment this morning. But if, for example, and if Katie were to say, hey, we'd prefer not to be in fossil, can we just put it in? It would probably be a 75-25 type mix in stocks and bonds, but we have heard that request and we are working. Thank you. Great question.
Thank you.
Mike, I would actually say, it's not just heard the request. I think we made a commitment to some of the divestiture groups to say we would put in place that opportunity. So when people if they chose to give money to WSU, they had that as an investment vehicle. And we'll, we can predict how we think it's gonna go, but if it's there, and after 5 years, you see maybe a ton of people want it, maybe not many people, but I think that option is gonna be good. So
Yes.
I just want to be really direct. We are gonna have something, and we will do it soon, and we'll make sure we do the PR around it as well.
Thank you. Actually, I have another question, related to Doug's question. The majority of the funds in the endowment are restricted. Is the reason for that, I mean, just because that's the way the foundation has always operated? Is there any interest from donors to have funding that isn't restricted? I mean, could you just provide some context on it?
Sure. I mentioned it's how we're built, and if you go back to the origins of really proactive fundraising at WSU, we put a development officer in every academic college. Back then, we didn't have the other campuses. And so then they would go out and visit with alums of their college about supporting their college. And so those conversations have often started with some guardrails in place already. And so would you be interested in supporting the College of Business, setting up an endowment for a scholarship in the College of Business or in the College of Veterinary Medicine, wherever it may be? So we've got 40+ years of doing it that way. Have people inquired about unrestricted support? Yes, but again, relative to distributions of the endowment, it's just a really, really small amount. Now, would we pivot our approach relative to future endowments and expand the magnitude of our efforts to say what WSU needs today more than anything else are discretionary funds? Yeah, I think that's a possibility to modify that, or at least expand it in terms of the inventory of the ask. Even if we were to have tremendous success tomorrow, this is gonna take a while before there's discretionary dollars of magnitude coming off of the endowment. I think it's an interesting idea. And one of the things we try to do when we're talking to prospective donors is talk about aspirations. And so many folks, I mean, we heard today loud and clear, the impact of tuition increases. So scholarships are a way to offset that. And so when we hear what is it we're trying to accomplish, oftentimes it's making sure we're able to assist students achieve their goals and get their degree, hopefully with as little debt as possible. As I say this to the body, as you search for Kirk's successor, one of the things that's tricky about Kirk's job is there's not a lot of discretionary funds for the president of Washington State University. Different jobs in higher ed are built differently in terms of the funding model. And some of his peers, as presidents of other universities, have more discretionary funds. Kirk.
And philosophically, when I do fundraising and Mike and I go do it, I tend to think that we get more resources given to us that are directed to something that's that donor's passion area.
Yes.
And so I do know some colleague presidents that when they go on a donor visit, they're like, I need that discretionary money so I can direct it where they would like to go. I've always felt my job is to support our deans and chancellors and what they have identified as key needs. And my job, I think, is to advance that as opposed to me showing up to donors going, I've got a different set of items that I want you to do. And I think that's been successful during my tenure here. So does that mean that I or Mike or we have less just discretionary money than some of our peers? Yes. But at the same time, I feel that we're more effective in what we do with our donor base by taking that approach than we would be otherwise. So, I mean, I just think if everybody thought, well, hell, if Kirk gets in front of one of our donors, he's gonna have to do something that supports arts and sciences or business or whatever. I think it makes it, all of a sudden, then it becomes competition between the president and the dean, the president and chancellor. And I think as soon as that happens, we won't be effective.
That would not be helpful. That is true.
That's a great question, though. I mean, it's, yeah.
Thank you. You had stepped out just for a minute, President Schultz, and actually, Mike was sharing all of your travel plans and how many donor visits you made. And I want to reiterate, because I know this is a time of change, the importance that the board feels for that partnership and how incredibly successful it has been with the two of you doing those donor visits. And half of those donor visits are relationship building, not necessarily saying, can you open your checkbook? And that is as important as we may need something right now. I also just wanted to mention, as we're trying as a board to prepare for our next president, President Schultz has spent time really reviewing how he spends his week. And his weeks are not Monday through Friday, his weeks are Sunday through Saturday. And I mentioned this a little earlier, one of the hardest working leaders I have ever worked with. And the components of percentage spent in each of these different locations and that fundraising element is really critical. And we anticipate the need for that moving forward as well. So I would just reiterate, it is a value that we currently hold and one that we really appreciate, having seen the success the two of you have had. Again, with a big team of folks all wanting to row in the same direction. So thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you. All right, we're gonna transition. We are at 12:30, which is when folks had hoped we would be wrapping up the meeting, and we are just now getting into our committee reports. And I will kick us off with consent agenda. I would ask that if you could limit your reports to what you believe is the most important. And I would reiterate to folks that are watching, we spent all day yesterday together in those committees. And if you feel as though you need additional insight as to what occurred in those committee meetings, I would encourage you to watch yesterday's YouTube live stream so that we can move a little bit quicker. There are a couple items that I want us to spend time in dialogue. But for the most part, I think we have been able to accomplish a lot over the last day and a half. So with that, I have two consent agenda items before us today. The approval of the meeting minutes from September 13th, 2024, special meeting, and September 20th, 2024. They were included in your meeting packet for review. Would any regent like to remove the item, one of these two items from the consent agenda? All right, hearing no request for removal, I move to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. I'd like to go ahead and move into our committee reports, and we'll go ahead and start with Academic and Student Affairs Committee report, Regent Pika.
Thank you, Chair Shower. The Academic and Student Affairs Committee met here in this room yesterday, and just as a reminder, our committee is comprised of Regents Vernon, McDonald, and Zerna. Thank you all for serving in that way. And we work very closely with Provost Riley Tillman in setting the agenda and carrying it out. We went over 3 informational items and 1 action item. And if I would say there was one thread that led itself through those informational items in particular, it was how do we best support our students while they're in school at WSU and help them succeed to a point of graduation. We first heard from our Assistant Vice Provost for Academic Engagement, Cliff Stratton. Cliff described for us the Core of Career program, which we are currently employed both on the Pullman and Vancouver campuses. This program exists to directly support our faculty so that they can help our students become career ready. This program was launched nationally in 2021. We are now in our 4th year here at WSU. There are 8 skills that they focus on core to this career curriculum, which include things such as communication, critical thinking, equity, inclusion, teamwork, etc. This program helps address and gives, that is often heard by the students, why is this class, why do I have to take this class? Heard that. And it helps address that issue. And they're seeing results. They're minimal at this time, but it's growing. One of their challenges is funding and how they sustain it. This program was started with a gift, and so they're looking to be able to sustain that going forward. But it was really a great presentation. The second information item was presented by WSU Pullman Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, Romando Nash. Vice Chancellor Nash informed us of the Student Care Network that exists to support students across the WSU system. Again, this is another program that exists to support our students in order to help them navigate their way through their undergraduate degree and successfully graduate. There was a focus on like where are the problems that get identified on part of the students that they can this program can help support. And in this priority, this was interesting. The feedback was academics, number one, mental health issues, number two, as we've heard consistently in these reports earlier, hospitalization when you get sick, and financial issues. WSU Pullman serves the Pullman Global Campus with a staff of 8, and as we just heard from Paul Chancellor, each of the respective other schools have representation on their campuses. The third and final informational item was presented by Provost Executive Vice President Chris Riley Tillman. Provost Riley Tillman first told us about a program which has existed for nearly 25 years. It was now being elevated to a center status, and this new center will exist to provide trauma and education and community health services. This new center will now be expanded to serve the entire system, including our extension services. Another new entity being established is the Institute for Northwest Energy Futures. We just heard from President Schultz about that program in Tri-Cities. My only regret is I wasn't there on October 2nd. There's a lot of excitement around that, and its leadership that are in very good hands with Dr. Noel Schultz. Finally, there was discussion about the ongoing work of our faculty manual revisions. This gets addressed almost every meeting that we have. I just want to call out Regent McDonald, who currently chairs the Faculty Affairs Committee, which oversees this function. I can't imagine sitting looking at that document, which is knee deep, but it's very important. And just thank you for doing that good work. The action item we'd like to bring before the board this morning deals with an administrative code concerning student conduct. Vice Chancellor Nash presented this action item to us yesterday. Basically, this concerns a Title IX matter and how we streamline the process of hearing cases regarding student conduct. This proposed administrative change will help accelerate the process to hear the cases faster so that when it comes before the committee, when matters are come before the committee, they can be dealt with in a more timely manner. So with that, I would like to make the following proposal. I move that the Board of Regents adopt revisions to revise the Washington Administrative Code, WAC 504-26, standards of conduct for students.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes.
Anything the committee would like to add to the report? We good?
Nice job. Good summer.
Good. That's it.
Thank you. All right, I'm next up with the Executive and Governance Committee report. We had a full meeting, including a lunch break, because we had such a full meeting. The area that I really want to call attention to is the great presentation by our Executive Vice Presidents and President Schultz relative to One WSU. I think that this was an opportunity for each of us to be able to not only increase our understanding of the goals of One WSU, but really be able to offer our full support to that structure and the need for us to continue to build out talent development. And so with that, I am going to go ahead and move us to the action item that I have from yesterday's meeting, which is to vote on the 2026 Board of Regents. I move that the Board of Regents approve the schedule for the 2026 Board of Regents meetings and delegate authority to the president of the university or his designee to select and designate appropriate meeting places, establish meeting times, establish the agenda and prepare agenda items, dispatch all official notices to meet the State Open Public Meetings Act or other notice requirements, publish minutes and maintain records of meetings, and take other necessary action as required for the orderly conduct of board meetings. Is there a second? Second. Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. That concludes the Executive and Governance Committee report. I pass it over to Regent Ramos for the Finance and Administration Committee report.
Okay, thanks, Chair Shower. So I'd first like to thank Regent Blankenship, Regent Cerna, and Regent McDonald for helping with all the preparatory materials and our planning meetings prior to our committee meeting yesterday. As many of you know, it's often a full review of data across the entire system. And so with that, I would just like to really recognize our support team who really create the data set that we review. And yesterday, Regent Cerna called our Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer, Leslie Brunelli, a wizard. My analogy is she is the matrix master. She sits in the middle of numbers at all different levels, and she connects communication and people and the implications of managing all of our financial and administration systems. So huge gratitude to Leslie, but also for the development of her team, which I think you all saw yesterday in our committee meeting. Leaders like Matt Skinner, Chris Jones, John Harlow, Olivia Yang, Chief Jenkins is still here with us. Vicky was with us as well. A host of people. So first, gratitude and recognition for the amount of data that we're trying to manage across the system and the spirit of continuous improvement. We reviewed 7 information items, including internal audit, FY fiscal year 26 budget development. We've activated a couple of ad hoc committees to help us, including a committee for our Elson S. Floyd College of Medicine, which Regent Pika is going to lead for us. The WSU system for law enforcement and campus safety. We reviewed the facilities services update with Olivia. We reviewed our own accountability to fiscal year 25 budget performance to plan. And are really appreciative of the more timely data so that we can course correct when needed. And we reviewed our Cougar Athletics budget performance as well. So those were our 7 information items. We also reviewed 2 future action items, one including our academic year 2025-26 tuition and fees on our professional student body, and our WSU Pullman Office of Research Dodgen Hot Cell Facility budget overview with Dr. Walcott, who joined us from the East Coast. So that's a full set of information. I'd encourage you to look at the written reports from our committee meeting yesterday as well. I do have one very important action item, which you heard this morning from many of our students who have tuned in and commented on the action that we're going to present before you today, which we have reviewed in September, and which for the past few years, we've really tried to improve our process and our timeliness. So I appreciate that Regent Vogel has engaged a significant amount of her time outside of our committee meetings, and you know, and still does her homework. So the care and the thought that goes into these decisions is really broad throughout our community and throughout our system. So thank you, Regent Vogel. But our action item at this moment is to really vote on our academic year 2025-26 tuition rates for undergraduates. And so I move that the Board of Regents set tuition rates for academic year 2025 and 26 as presented.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Yeah, Regent Powell.
I actually like to, propose that we defer this until, a later meeting because we received so much thoughtful comment this morning and I'd just like to have a chance to think about it.
Procedurally, maybe could, yes.
First, I appreciate that sentiment. There is a timing issue on us trying to put together packages for student financial aid and things like that. There is a reason that we like to do this in this particular cadence and pace, so that given our enrollment pressures, it's really important for us to be able to get out accurate numbers to our families and financial aid packages in a really timely manner. I think we also wanted to avoid doing the major tuition discussion at the same time you all are introducing a new president. And so I understand that we got excellent comments and it's a really hard board decision. I'm not trying to take that away. That being said, I think it is important to move to a decision today if at all possible.
Okay.
Could I add something also? You know, Student Government Council, although it was a tight timeline, it did send out the letter, so they have a unified response. And they had the opportunity to get information before making that response. So, you know, more time might give the benefit of giving the Regents more time to think about it. But as far as the position of the Student Government Council, I would say that I don't really see that shifting between now and if we were to defer to January.
I appreciate that, yeah, Regent Dickinson.
Well, I just, maybe a little bit in the same vein as Regent Powell was just processing, I'm trying to process, and one of the consistent themes that I heard from our students, as well as the letter that I want to acknowledge, the thoughtfulness, and appropriateness in how they express their concerns, so it's so easy to receive the information in the way that every student and every organization delivered it to us. And to hear it, quite frankly. So, I think it's important to be on record of acknowledging that students are asking WSU to look for new ways or other places to generate revenue. And, I want to tie some other things that have occurred, over the last several days where we are understanding where the state of Washington is at with a budget deficit. And so, we have a new pressure that we have not necessarily had to navigate around our state, tightening its budget and foreshadowing to us that it is going to be a very challenging legislative session. I think I want to acknowledge our faculty around the fact that we are trying to balance, and with President Schultz talking about what we refer to as a mass salary bump. I think want to be clear and put that in the right context of a salary bump that has not occurred and is keeping up. And we are trying to do the right thing for the very people that deliver the product for our students, and a fabulous product at that. So this narrow ledge that we are trying to kind of work through around what our students' needs are, what our state is able to provide for us, and recognition that we have faculty that we want to retain and engage. The new ways, I think, Leslie and her team and the administration of WSU is demonstrating just about every possible new way to look at dollars, opportunity, expenditures, and being fiscally responsible in a way that I am not sure I've really seen this kind of a discipline of institution of the magnitude that we're experiencing. So I want to at least share that back as information to all of those who took the time and are really valid in asking us to look at new ways. But I also think we are demonstrating countless means of trying to find what we can under every single rock. And the reality of that is there in many ways is not. And that just comes at a really heavy decision, I think, for everybody around this table. And I'm trying to process that. My last thing that I'll say for me around this, because I'm very, very integrated into FAFSA in the state of Washington and trying to find post-high school opportunities for every student that graduates in our state. And recognizing, and I shared this with our chancellor, with Everett, it's unfortunate that not every student has the accessibility to go to a four-year institution. And how do we as WSU be good advocates for understanding those that are here? What are all the vehicles and tools and mechanisms that we can create opportunity to try to plug on their behalf? And if it doesn't work, what are the pathways we can provide them for, whether it's a trade degree, whether it is a certification, a 2-year degree that then launches them into a 4-year? How do we partner with all of those options across the state? Because they're endless and they are meaningful, every single one of them. So that's just kind of where I'm at, and that I will be voting in favor of the tuition increase, but not without a really heaviness and not without understanding and validating of what was shared today.
Thank you. Procedurally, because I think there are many that would like to provide input. You actually asked us to table, and I need to see if there is a second to Regent Powell.
Or else I can withdraw it.
Well, it's your choice, because I mean, I think.
I'll just withdraw it. I mean, I understand a little bit better about the sequence that we need to do. But I'm glad we had a little bit of discussion about it, because I think we all were, really felt that the students were both articulate and very convincing, and I appreciated the respectfulness that they delivered their remarks as well.
I appreciate your sentiment.
Thank you. I want to also give space for additional dialogue and just mention that even as of right now, we have additional feedback that's coming in through the email box. So this is certainly an important conversation for us to have. Regent Ramos, you were going to make a few comments.
Oh, I just wanted to echo Regent Dickinson's comments, and she's covered a lot of ground. I did hear from a student that WSU could really be a think tank for accessible and affordable education. And I really appreciated that inspiring comment. And just to, I took a lot of notes. The students investing their time to give us feedback is much appreciated. But it's also, with a heaviness that I echo Regent Dickinson's comments.
Other comments? Yeah, Regent Serna.
I just want to agree with what's been said by Regent Dickinson. When we come to these things, it's hard, because I don't want us to feel like we're just rubber stamping something here. And understanding the challenges, when I think back to my days of being a student, being able to pay for things, I recognize that, and I recognize what we're facing as well. But I also see that, we have a duty from our sense of what's important for the university as well. And it's a challenge that we face, and we have to make that decision. So, but I will support it, the increase. But I do so with just kind of a heavy heart, and I hope that somehow, some way, we can find a different way of looking at this. I like some of the other ideas, or even there was talk about, can we give when students come in at one rate? Is there some way of, doing that? So I hope we can really think about that in the future. But it's a challenging time, yeah, but I will support.
Yeah, I just have a couple more comments I wanted to make. First, I don't think any of the students are currently online, but I'm just very appreciative of all the students that tuned in and did comment, because it can be a little bit intimidating as a student to come and speak in front of the board. I know I certainly felt like that my first Board of Regents meeting, but you know, all the students have really great insight, because, you know, a lot of people on this board haven't been students for a long time, so I just.
You say we're all.
That's not but, so yeah, I just, want to thank students for that, because I think students do have really important input given their experience and current positions. And I don't know that I need to reiterate this, because, you know, there were a lot of, similar sentiments across the student statements. But what I will say is, you know, students are, you know, better aware than anybody else of the impact that a tuition increase has on them. And as some of the students stated, you know, what a tuition increase can really impact is their bottom line and their ability to afford some of those basic needs. And so I just wanted to kind of reiterate that. I think that's really what a lot of this comes down to. And then I also just wanted to thank the board again for its flexibility on the public comment period. I think it's really important for the Regents to hear directly from students. I also think, you know, it's meaningful that we were flexible on that, and that also we could provide a more specific time for people to attend, which makes it easier and more convenient for people to attend public comment, which I think is important. And then again, I wanted to thank Leslie Brunelli, Chris Jones, and Chris Wright, RT, for meeting with the Student Government Council on this issue, providing some context, hearing their feedback, answering questions about this. I think that's so important, and in allowing students to understand the full picture and, you know, why this decision is being made. And then I just kind of wanted to close by reminding everyone, especially the students that were online, that the discussion around tuition doesn't end today with this vote. I think with it occurring in November, which is maybe a little bit earlier than we anticipated, the Student Government Councils might have to readjust to that timeline, but especially considering this is happening before the legislative session starts every year, if, you know, if we continue with the schedule in November, I think there's a lot of room for discussion and collaboration with administration, to, you know, like a lot of the Regents have stated, you know, maybe find a middle ground on this issue. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of close with that, you know, the discussion around tuition does not end today, so.
Thank you, Regent Vogel. Yes, Regent McDonald.
So this is a hard vote for me, because I'm thinking about our lab spaces and our classrooms and all the places where our costs have gone up, and we are so committed to giving our students an excellent experience when they come to WSU. And so I'm acutely aware that I'm just like, well, we too have faced a significant increase in costs, not just labor, but also, you know, technology in our classrooms, technology in our labs, lab equipment. And so we're actually deciding between what our students pay and that financial pain, and wanting to continue to deliver an incredibly good experience when you come to us. And so that's where that decision is really hard, because they're both so important. And I'm gonna, I don't know, I just keep flipping, but I'm gonna support the increase, because I believe the quality of your education matters so much, and we've gotta have the funds we need to make it so that when you're here with us, we can deliver what we should be delivering to you.
Thank you, Regent McDonald. Regent Pica, do you have any?
I think it's been well said, and I would echo, this is hard, because I just want those students to know we hear you, and that we have looked at this in a big picture way. We know what's in front of us, the financial demands. But I so respect what they said, and I just, I want them to know that, and I will be supporting this proposal.
Regent Powell, you made kind of a motion, but I want to make sure you have space if you have any feedback or comments that you want to make before I.
No, I'm fine. I think everything's been said and I'm glad that we had this discussion.
Thank you. Regent Vogel, you have done an exceptional job of ensuring that voices are included, are heard, show up. While we may have had 15 or so folks show up, we did receive the letter that Regent Dickinson mentioned, and you have done the work that we hope you'll continue to do, which is reach out to students and bring that feedback to this group as you sit at this table. And so I just really want to thank you for that. In the time that I have had to participate in this vote for the last since 2018, this is the hardest part of what we do. And there have been times where we have not heard from students. And it really is essential that we are having that dialogue. And I am so grateful for the work of our leadership team with Leslie and Chris being able to explain what this is, why it is matters, and to be out front. I think there's continual process improvements we can make, and Regent Ramos and I have had a conversation about how the onboarding of the student regent ties in with our ability to also ensure that we're all ready to be in a place to take action. The couple of comments or questions that came through, Sierra mentioned new sources of income and that 4-year fixed tuition increase, which I think Regent Dickinson, you also mentioned, they were really great questions. I think the other element that both Regent Dickinson and I have said is there's a communication that is necessary. When you say yes to WSU, you're saying yes to increases in tuition. So I just would like to put on the list for us to continue to be talking about is the new sources of income and the idea of any sort of fixed tuition, what constraints exist around that and what opportunities are there. So I know the team is already looking at that, but she did a great job of articulating those 2 key questions. So with that, I am going to go ahead and ask for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing the outcome of this vote is that the tuition increase has passed.
And that concludes the Finance and Administration Committee report.
Thank you. All right, let's move over to the Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee report with Regent Dickinson.
Thank you. I do want to just acknowledge a couple people that, and again, you have mentioned this in your report, Regent Shower, but I had the opportunity to moderate a panel for Cougs First in Spokane, Washington. And just a shout out to Jean Weiler, who did a really amazing job of putting together this panel. And this panel that I got to participate and moderate, I just thought I would just give you it because it was so cool. Lloyd Smith, the director of Sports Science Laboratory here at WSU, he specializes, and the lab specializes in engineering research, particularly around bats and their connectivity with balls. And it was so fascinating to have this researcher who is a mechanical engineer to share with this audience of people about how, like, the engineering of these bats, and that we are looking and doing all of that right there at WSU. It was very, very cool. So then we switched gears, and on the same panel, we had Marwa Ali, and Marwa has been before us before as a Board of Regents, and Devin McCormick, both students, PhD students, and they are doing the work around fighting antibiotic resistant pathogens and how to tackle the rising threat of these superbugs. So we went from bats, as in baseball bats, to superbugs, which was so fascinating, the work that these two are doing and how that is like truly getting pushed out across the entire globe of some of the research we're doing right here. And then the third panelist was Jerry Crowshoe, who is from our Native American Health Science Center at WSU Spokane. And he is working and in trying to enhance the educational experience for our future healthcare professionals. So our students there that are going to be doctors, he is working directly with them on how to best serve Indigenous communities and people. And so I just thought it was fascinating to have like, this is all happening at WSU, and you couldn't have had a wider, more diverse group of people doing amazing things. So I just thought I wanted to make sure that all of those individuals got highlighted and that Gene Weiler got highlighted, because I thought it was really great. And Spokane was kind of blown away by the depth of, wow, like, who knew that all of this goes on at WSU, right? And so much more, again, telling our story where we can. Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee, you heard from Glenda Becker-Fenter this morning. She gave us a great report, and I think I'll just state that, lots of movement at the local, federal, and state levels. And I feel very confident in the strategy being led by Glenda at this time. So I'll leave it at that. We then were able to just get a quick update from me around just our ongoing work around integrated and alignment planning. And Chris and I will be back in January. And then the third piece, of which we have an action item that we are going to table, because and that is related to the Distinguished Alumni Award candidates. Very appreciative of all the work that Jerry and Mariah have done around this, and we have amazing candidate R and candidate S. But procedurally, we as a Board of Regents would like just some time to talk amongst ourselves and to really spend a little more time looking at this, so that when we make the nominations and we take a formal vote on that, that we have a level of comfort that we've done our due diligence, not necessarily on the candidates, but just understanding where we and our role in that. So we will come back to that in January, and not looking specifically for any action from Mariah or Jerry at this time. This is really on the board here for what we want to do. So that concludes my report.
Question, would we do that at our committee meeting in January, or what do you think?
That's a good question. Procedurally, I genuinely didn't.
Yeah.
We've had a couple misses procedurally on how that happens. And we need to kind of shore that up offline.
There's no timeliness to this.
There's no specific timeliness to this.
Okay.
Thank you. Other business. So yesterday on September 19th, the Regents met in executive session with legal counsel to discuss pending or potential litigation involving the university. And related to those discussions, we have the following action items for consideration. I'd like to go ahead and move to adopt resolution number 241115-723, approving the request for defense of university employees. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. All right, we are at the end of our November Board of Regents meeting. I want to express my thanks to everyone that has presented to the board and each of my fellow board members. This has been a great meeting, and I look forward to seeing you all for a virtual meeting December 4th and then in person in January. Go Cougs!
Go Cougs!
Great.